Cool. So I've hit the go live button. I'm just gonna quickly check in on my wife's stream. She's doing stuff on Twitch. I should have done this before I hit the go live button, and then I'll quickly go over what it is we're doing today. Because yesterday was the goal of finishing off, building an entire app in one day. Oh, the camera's here now. So my wife's in the other room. She's got her camera set up. Well, my camera set up, and I've got another microphone that showed up yesterday. Everything's all good to stream. It's just difficult. We got two people streaming at the same time. Anyway, so let's get to it. So yesterday we built an app completely from scratch. We just had an idea. We evaluated it just by doing some experiments with ChatGPT. We discovered that ChatGPT is slightly different to GPT-3. I think they're both backed by the same thing, right? But the answers we were getting back from one were slightly different from the other. And then we also found an article explaining that it's kind of impossible to get it to do well at cryptic crosswords. And then so when we stumbled upon that article, after having tried to get the AI to do what we wanted it to do, and it couldn't do that, we kind of like started pivoting. We're like, okay, let's make a really bad cryptic crossword solving app. We'll make the character, maybe we can do something humorous with it, right? I've also got a print going at the moment. It's just started, so I might have to jump over there and take a look at it and just make sure it's all flowing nicely. Seems to be okay so far. I've already restarted it once. But after playing with the app last night, I was able to get some better results out of the prompts I was providing it. So if you remember, we had... This will be all right. We'll open up one of these screenshots and I'll show. So to get it to answer one of these clues, you just go type in the clue followed by how many letters in the prompt, and then what will happen is it'll get sent off to OpenAI. Keep thinking to say OpenAI, along with a prefix, right? So I put a prefix in front of this clue, which is like, give me a list of possible answers for the following cryptic crossword clue. And I'll do like a colon, and then this is added as a suffix to that. So what I found is that it's like, it'll give you some incorrect answers. So this one here, actually, the number 2 item was the correct answer for the crossword for this one. The first one was incorrect. And we also had this issue where like it couldn't count. So we got a 7 in those, in the parentheses. And I think some of these aren't even, are these all 7 letters? Oh, I think they might be all 7 letters. So I got it right this time. But yeah, we found on a previous prompt, sometimes it just wouldn't count either, like be able to do that. But I did discover that I would think that most people using this app have already partially solved the crossword, and they're trying to look for the last ones that they can't quite get. And so what I've worked out is, if at the end of the prompt you put like in more parentheses saying starts with H, ends with L, or something like that, you get much better results. Like it will give you a more correct answer almost every time. So it's good in that use case if you've already got some of the crossword filled out. You need to give it more information basically. So it's not completely terrible. I think GPT-4 will nail this. But I think for our purposes of this app, making it fun, silly, and market it as being silly and getting things wrong, today I want to put some more polish on it. So I'm like reinvigorated. So yesterday I kind of ended the stream. I was like, oh, this isn't going to get anywhere. I'll put it on the App Store, get rejected, and we'll just leave it as in a rejected state. Today I want to make a real go of it. So I want to polish up a little bit more. So at the moment we've got like this sort of flavor text at the top. You woke me for this. I think I want to do some more of that kind of stuff, but maybe in other areas. So maybe after it's made the answer, it can say other stuff as well on the end. It can do a little suffix on the end. The other thing is, we get this list back. It would be really great if we could filter out words that were the incorrect length. And the main reason for that is because like it just kind of fills this up with junk, and I kind of want to keep it tight and concise, but I can't do that because it just gives you back a string. And it would be difficult because sometimes it doesn't give you back these numbers prefixed with numbers. So I'd have to do a lot of string formatting. I'd have to be like, okay, if there's a number followed by a dot and a space, strip that out. Wherever there's a new line, that's split the string into an array based on new lines and all that sort of stuff. But because it's kind of unpredictable as what's going to be returned, if I split on a new line and it's like a sentence and then the things decide to put a new line in it, and then it'll be way too complex, I think. So I'm just going to let it return whatever it wants to return and leave it as is. What else have we got? So we can make some changes. So another idea I had last night was you can get it to explain the reasoning behind its answer. And I love that idea because it could also teach people a bit better on how to do the cryptic crosswords. But the thing is, a lot of the time its reasoning is wrong. And that's kind of funny. Like, some of its reasoning is funnier than its answers. Like, if you paid for tokens and you got these answers back, you kind of just be like, I mean, I guess it's silly, some of these, but you wouldn't be as satisfied as if it came back with like one or two answers and was like, this is why I think it's this, and it just doesn't make any sense. So I'm going to add that as a feature as well, but you need to spend more tokens to make that happen. As in, OpenAI requires more tokens so they can give that more information back. And so to make that work, I probably also need to throw this into a scroll view. So we got some extra text. I would love to keep a history so that you can scroll back multiple speech bubbles. I think that would be really cool. All these things I'm saying now is probably going to take a whole day, which is kind of annoying because I just wanted to like polish this up and get the in-app purchases working more, like making more stable. And I thought, that's only going to take a couple of hours, but all these ideas are coming to me now about this app, and it's going to take probably another day. Yesterday's stream was already massive. I think I did 10 hours all up. And so, get ready. We're getting into, we're going to go for it again. We'll go for as long as it takes. First thing on my list is to fix the in-app purchases because I know Apple will probably reject the app over that. So I want to get that done first. The rest of it kind of works. I could ship it as is other than that. Yeah, so each of my tokens is worth, I think, 50. I've got it set up to be about 50 OpenAI tokens, and you get 1,000 for like 2 cents. All right. And I was thinking maybe you can spend 2 and it gives you 100 OpenAI tokens. So if you spend 2 of my tokens, you get 100 AI tokens, and that will give you so a token is like a word basically. And so if we can get a response with like 100 words instead of 50, which is sort of what this speech bubble, not this top section, I add this here, but this list, this seven items in this list, that's included in the 50 tokens. But if I say add another 50 on top and let users choose to get an explanation for it, maybe there's a little checkbox, please explain, it'll spend 2 tokens, or maybe even 3. We'll see how we go. We'll have to fiddle around with those numbers. And I've also got a problem like persisting the tokens that the people buy. I had a bug yesterday where I bought like 700 of them, and then they just disappeared from the app, and I don't know why. So I mean, they're getting installed in the keychain, but they're just like disappearing. So I need to do some research on how other people are keeping track of in-app consumables. It may be the case where I'll have to bring in some iCloud, like CloudKit storage, key value storage, and I think that should be relatively easy. I think you can do that and avoid core data. I have no problem with core data. I love it, but I think it's a bit too much for this app. I just want a single value to be stored, and I'm thinking iCloud might be the way to go instead of doing it in the keychain like I have been. So that might be something new. If you haven't done that before, that's something we can both learn about at the same time. Okay. Oh, hello. Oh, you're back. All right, hang on a sec. Okay. Yeah, so if you haven't noticed, different camera. I got it set up to my iPhone today. I don't have my real nice professional one, so that's why you don't have see the blurry background. So you can sort of see the junk on my desk behind me. And my printer is going off, so I'm hoping it's not too loud. Hopefully I'm close enough to the mic so you can hear me clearly. What I'm printing at the moment is just a clamp for my phone so I can stick it inside the ring light, because there's like a hot shoe thing in there, so I need to I'm printing a little bracket brace thing for it. Okay, so I guess we get into it, right? Like, we'll just quickly go over this description. So on the second part of the stream yesterday, this is what we put together. So introducing Cryptic Wombat, the app that features a lovable wombat as its mascot and attempts to solve cryptic crossword clues for you. This is generated by AI, by the way. However, don't expect too much help from this wombat. It's not the sharpest tool in the shed and often provides comically incorrect answers. I don't think it's that funny, but we're going to try to make it more funny. Despite its lack of expertise, Cryptic Wombat will provide hours of entertainment as you try to decipher the clues with its humorous attempts at assistance. Download now and see for yourself why this app is a perfect companion for crossword enthusiasts with a sense of humor. Now, I think I want to add some instructions on how to use the app effectively. So one of the things we can do is, so let's say we pop open, we gotta do a little, we gotta run the app. Actually, let's not do that. Let's go with iPhone 14 Pro, the one we had before. What's going on? Hang on a second, this keeps disappearing on me. Really having issues with keyboard shortcuts on this simulator at the moment. So like I can't, Shift doesn't work, right? I can't like type parentheses and stuff. I think I need to restart the computer, which I still haven't done yet. I mentioned that yesterday. But yeah, so like one of the things we can do is maybe put instructions down in this prompt area. Instead of just like enter your clue, we can put a fake clue in there as a prefill. So not a prefill, a little prompt, right? So what we could do here, let's say we open up question view. As told you, I'm starting my journey into iOS dev, and you're having quality iOS dev videos. Keep going. You will deploy to App Store. Yes. Oh yeah. So thanks for saying that. And on your other point, yes, I've already submitted to Apple. I did that yesterday as well on stream. So we submitted to Apple. We got the description. We did some screenshots for all of these. And then it is waiting for review. So the thing is, we have some problems. I think Apple's going to reject based on the store. So I'll finish off the example I was just about to show, and then we'll come back to this because I want to adjust these values. Road to 1,000. Yes. Yes, that's my goal. I want to get it by the end of the month. Where am I at? Let me have a little refresh. Uh, 934 subs. So I'm so close. It's kind of flatlined. If I look at the graph, it's kind of like going up slowly, and then it's kind of. I think and I lost a couple of subs when I started streaming gameplay on this channel, and the reason why I was doing that is because I was on holiday, so I thought, let's just do some gameplay. Yeah, the regular followers of iOS development were like, nah, that's not for me, and so they dropped. I think I lost maybe like 10 subs over that, so I'm not doing that again. That's for Twitch. Okay. Oh yeah. So we're gonna jump back into this. I think a good example of a prompt was what we had in this screenshot, right? Oh, turn down. No, the other one. Come on, where is it? This one here. Leisurely walks better. Yeah, because we had an actual correct answer in there. Do TikTok videos with small iOS tutorial videos. I promise it's gonna work. Yeah, I think I will. I think you're right, and I will do that. Yeah, just like the short little like, oh, did you know you can do whatever in Swift or something, or did you know SwiftUI can do? Yeah, I'm gonna do that. Just break them down. Just maybe line up like 20 of them or something, right? Enter your clue. This is the bit. This is the bit. What have I got wrong here? We've got what are text field. Let's clean this up. Oh, because it's got a new line in there, that's why. So we grab this. Oh, it doesn't work too well because it kind of cuts it off. Let's just go back to what we had, and I can put in an instruction screen, right? We got to do some more experimentation too, though. So, and what I mean by that is, I played around with the app last night, and I messed around with some different sort of prompts or things I can add to the end of the clue. And I think we could put some instructions in the app, or a check mark, like a toggle, or maybe another text field, which is like starts with, you know, you put in whatever letters are already in the word, and then I can put that in. I can say, hey, it has these characters in it. But I think it'll be best to just inform the user. Maybe at the top of the screen I have like a question mark for help, and then we pop up a screen and it's like, hey, here's some examples of prompts you can put through, and this is how you get the best results out of it. But still no guarantees. Yeah. So I kind of want to take it a little bit more seriously, but I still want to play up how bad it's going to be as well. Yeah. Okay. So let's just rebuild. Get rid of that. The prompt down here. I want to change this. Enter your clue is a bit, but we'll see. So tell me a crossword clue, and I'll probably give you bad answers. Yeah, excellent. So on the character screen, we might randomize this message as well. So I think that would be kind of cool. But like I said before, the first thing I want to do is sort out these in-app purchases, because I want these to be like real. Do more videos like top 3 tricks or top 5 top interview questions. Videos like that in TikTok goes for more than 200k easily, and put a link to your YouTube channel. I will. All right, let's do it. I'll open up TikTok on my other monitor, so I just remember. I'll do that when we get off stream. I'll set up. I haven't got an account set up yet, but I will. Yeah, cool. And then I'll upload them to YouTube Shorts as well. Cool. Thanks for the tips. Looks like the print's going okay. All right, important stuff. So this is our products. So I'm going to readjust this because we don't have access to the fractional pricing yet. You know, like the 10 cents, 20 cents and all that sort of stuff, which I had hoped we would. It's on subscriptions, but it's not on consumable products yet. And I think you can buy an app for 10 cents as well. But we're going to go back here and we're going to make some adjustments on our in-app purchases. Yeah, we don't want to save those changes. So this is the bit where I've got to sit down and kind of work this out, right? I've got a pen and paper right now. We might only just have 2, because I think users being able to buy like 1,000 tokens for, you know, $5 or whatever is it's a bit silly. So originally we said 10 cents for 5. You can't see what I'm doing, but I'm just writing down on the paper. So do a little bit of maths. So 10 cents for 5, which would mean, or let's say it the other way, 5 for 10 cents. And that would mean you get 50 for $1. And what we wanted to do was have it set up so that you could spend 2 to get an explanation of how OpenAI came up with your answer. Spend 2 for explanation. So I think that's where most of the comedy is going to come from for this. And I think maybe we go up to $2, and so $2 will be $100 for $2. And so we have to skip the 10-cent bracket. And we skip that because we don't have access to it. When it becomes available, which is supposed to be started this year or something, I think they said, oh no, it's probably the end of the year. Autumn? I think they said autumn, fall or something like that. I don't know. It doesn't matter. So we got 50 for $1, 100 for $2. Now we want to make some sort of deal if they spend $2 instead of $1, right? So maybe they get 120 for $2. I think that's good. And we'll make it, instead of 2 for an explanation, we'll make it like, I don't know, you spend 4 for explanation. We might get around to that feature, we might not. But I kind of like this idea because, like, we got 50 for, you spend $1, you get 50 tokens, which is 50 questions, 50 clues. And each of those costs 50 GPT tokens, right? So each one of my tokens is equal to 50 GPT-3 tokens, right? And 1,000 of those is equal to, well, the cost of that is 2 cents. So I think the financials check out here. I think there is some profit in this pricing, even if they spend $1 and they get 50 of mine, which equates to 2,500 GPT tokens. Yeah, so there's heaps of, there's like massive markup in that. So I think that's okay. So from the idea to deployment of this app, it took like 2 or 3 days. So when you can develop many apps a year and indeed, yeah. Well, the thing is, like, the hardest thing for me is coming up with a good idea that I can execute in a day. I thought this could be done in a day, and we got it done. I think it took me, if we take away all the side quests I went on yesterday, it probably only took really all up like 7 hours, right? There was about 3 hours of messing around. So it took about 7 hours to get the app to where it is now and upload it on the App Store, including, screenshots and app icon and all that. But yeah, you're right. Like, really, hopefully, if at the end of the day we've got this finished, and in a state where Apple will actually approve it, that's 2 days of work for an app. And I mean, realistically, you could probably make 360 days in a year and all that. You could probably make 100 apps in a year. But the thing is, you need like 100 ideas, right? And I'm terrible at coming up with. This is like the first time I've come up with something I can build in a day. Everything else is like too complex. I also don't want to be one of those indie devs that like make a quick app, put it on the store, and then, what is it? You know how like investors will just invest in like 1,000 different companies because all they need is one to succeed? I kind of don't want to do that, because if someone's spending money on this and I just abandon it, it's kind of crappy. I don't want to be one of those sort of indie devs. And unfortunately, there's quite a few of them out there with their abandonware, and they leave them up on the store. They don't take them down. They're just like, oh, we'll just leave it up. $1 a month on that's fine, even though some poor person at the other end is frustrated with what they've created. Okay, so the tiers we've got here, we've got 50 and we've got 120. So we need to change these and these products. So we've got 5. I'm just going to delete these completely. And then we basically start again. How much does it take for Apple to validate? Oh, so it varies. I kind of expected it to be done overnight, actually, like the last one, but it is the weekend over there, so it's possible it takes just a little bit longer on the weekend. But some people have submitted an app and have it approved within 10 minutes, which is ridiculous. Generally, I submit at the end of the day, it gets reviewed overnight, and then by midday or morning the next day, it's on the App Store. It used to be 2 weeks, years ago. Consumable reference name, 50 tokens, product ID, 50 tokens. Oh, okay. We can't do that. 50 dash tokens. No, we can't do that either. Display name. That's 50 clues. Or how about we change that to 50 clues answered? No, just go that's 50 clues. So Apple improved their validation process. Yes. Yeah, as soon as some other VP guy took over or something, and it was like fixed within a couple of weeks. Price of this. I wish it would tell you what these are. Alternate tier A, alternate tier B. Tier 1, this is the standard. So in Australia, it's $1.50 we pay. In the US, this would be the 99-cent one. So this is adjusted. We've already got like quite a markup, so I'm gonna go with, we'll go with tier A, but I can't remember what. Maybe we can do a comparison. So we've got. No, it doesn't have the others. Interesting. Let's just go with tier A, I guess. We'll find out in the app when we run it what that equates to. So see this here, this $31.99. That's actually 50 Australian dollars. Yeah, and because that's what we selected yesterday when we set this up for 50 Aussie dollars, and it just gets reduced to like 32 US. Okay. Yeah, that's that one. That's good. So we go back and we need to do 120. Consumable reference name 120 tokens. 20 tokens. And I'm hoping I don't need to change this again. And what do we say for 120? We're like $2 for that, yeah? So 199 tier 2. This is interesting. Alternate tier 1. I feel like tier 2 should be. Let's just go. Because that's going to be less in US. Oh, it doesn't matter. Okay, so what is this? 120 tokens. And we've got. That's 120 clues. Cool. So we got that. We've got our reference names. We've got our product ID. So all we need to do is go back to Revenue Cat. Yeah, and we got to delete these. There are transactions in the system using this product. That's fine. I was not gonna let me remove them. Okay. All right. Let's just add new ones. 50 tokens. Cool, cool. And then we'll add another, which is 120 tokens. All right, so we go back to our offerings. We also need to put the Wombat's name in the app somewhere because it's a bit weird to not have that. And then in here, we need to remove, I think we can detach this. Type confirm, detach. How do we delete? Oh, we can delete this package. Excellent. Oh, that works. I'll probably have to do a detach and then delete. Oh, come on. Detach. Confirm. Delete. Okay, what have we got here? 0 packages. Let's add some packages. So we got custom. This is 50 tokens. It's 50 clues. We add a product to it, which is this 50, not the other one that we had. I'll work out how to remove those later if we can. I can see this all getting really messy. Oh, hold up. That's not what we want. Delete, delete, delete. We want custom 120 tokens for the ID, and then the description will be that's 120 clues. Cool. And then we add a product from the App Store. I know this is confusing, but I will just get through it as quickly as I can. We can get back to the fun stuff. Okay. When I start learning UIKit, can I start learning SwiftUI at the same time or going all UIKit? You can learn both at the same time. When you start a new project, you'll have to pick whether it's based on UIKit or SwiftUI, and it'll give you like the initial template. So that will dictate sort of what you can. Kind of dictates what you can actually end up doing. Like you can mix both together either way. It doesn't really matter. But if you start with SwiftUI, there's a little bit of work involved to integrate a UIKit view, and the opposite is the same too. If you start with SwiftUI, there's a little bit of work you need to do to integrate a UIKit view. So it's basically you just need to put a wrapper around it for either type. So if you've got like a UI view that you want to do a wrapper around, you can be like I don't know, call it a view wrap. Well, maybe it's like UI kit button or something, and then you need to do UI view representable. I'm beginner. I'm learning Swift right now. Excellent. UI view representable, and then it'll give you like you know, protocol stubs. You fill all this stuff out. You set this up as I don't know, UI button, let's say, because that's UI kit, and then it'll ask you again, and you go fix, and then you set up your view in here. So in this case, update you don't need to worry about unless you are updating the view and not rebuilding it. So I can just go return UI button, right? So that's what it returns here, and now I can just come up here and I can go my UI kit button. Right, so this is all Swift UI. I've just converted a UI kit button to a Swift UI view. Like that's as easy it is to do it that way. And you can go the opposite way as well. But if you're starting a new project, I'd probably suggest just starting with Swift UI, honestly, and then you can just it's easier to pull in a UI kit item than use a Swift UI view in UI kit. slightly easier. But yeah, if you're starting out learning, I suggest maybe taking a few approaches at the same time. So like learn Swift itself on its own without any frameworks associated with it. So learn, so do some exercises just learning to type Swift and learning its syntax, not particularly like working with SwiftUI or UIKit or AV Foundation or Core Data or anything like that. You can do either. It really doesn't matter. UIKit first or for 6 months and SwiftUI doesn't matter. You don't need to set a time limit on it. It's a really difficult question to answer because, like I said, it doesn't matter. See, like the time you're spending on UIKit is time you're not spending on SwiftUI, which feels like it's time wasted. But again, if you're working on SwiftUI and not UIKit, that also feels like time wasted as well. They both go to. It's kind of like you sort of need to learn them both at the same time, if that makes sense. Like they're both this a part of the same platform. It really, really doesn't matter. Companies are still using UIKit. Yeah. I think most jobs now probably still say on the job application, be like UIKit / SwiftUI. Like they'll probably want you to know both anyway. If it's a product that has been, worked on for the last couple of years. If it's like a brand new startup or something, they might just say SwiftUI. If it's a new app, most of the jobs will say SwiftUI. If it's an app that's been ongoing for a while, like maybe a big retailer or something, they might even still have Objective-C in there. Once you've been programming for a while, though, it gets easier to understand other languages. But yeah, like when I first started, everyone's advice to me was learn Objective-C first, then learn iOS development after, like UIKit and all that stuff after. So it was always like, learn the language first and then learn how to use the frameworks. So the frameworks being SwiftUI. And so what does that mean, right? Like, what do we mean by learning the language? Well, all you need to do really is just learn how a let works, like assigning variables and stuff. Let number, equals 0. Like you learn this syntax. Let number equals 0. Like it seems so simple when you break it down like that, but once you've got that down, you can start using that. So I can do UIKit in the morning and SwiftUI in the afternoon. I thought it was going to be overwhelming to learn both. Here's the other thing too. When people think about learning new programming language, they think they have to like toil away or, follow along with something and like memorize it. Oh, I'm going to memorize this syntax today, right now. I still look up stuff all the time. Like you'll see me on stream. I have to look up API. Like yesterday when we're doing the network calls, I couldn't remember what they were. I had to look them up. There's only some parts you actually memorize. Most of the time is spent on Google, and that's completely normal. So, you know what? Learning to program isn't so much learning the language or the frameworks, committing things to memory. It's more about learning how to find answers to your questions, learning how to Google for the correct answer, right? Learning how to like this thing here, right? This view model or state object. You go, man, I see this in Bo's code when he's doing these live streams. What is the state object? Just Google what a state object is. If you want to learn what that, you break it down. You have to break it down to little things. And then you might read it and you might forget it instantly, and that's okay because you'll see it over and over again, and eventually it becomes, second nature. Anyway, so like the example I had with learning Swift, right? So you learn what the let syntax is, you learn what vars are, you learn what a struct is, you learn what a class is. Yeah, you start out with those basic ideas. You learn how to other programming ideas are like start your classes or structs with a capital. Like those little things to learn as well. You might have how do you do an initializer? What does that mean? Like there's so much to Swift itself to learn before even getting to frameworks and stuff, right? Like, what is an initializer? What is inheritance, right? So what's inheritance? NS object. So I just inherited NS object, and that means I get access to the properties on NS object. So I can go self dot description, like that's there available now. Except it's not there if I don't think it is anyway, is it? Yeah, so description doesn't exist on my class, but it exists on NS object. So there's like, lots of little... because most famous iOS YouTubers are telling us to learn one framework first and go to the other. That's why I asked your point of view. Yeah. Yeah, most of them will be like either, UIKit or SwiftUI. I'm sort of more like, it doesn't matter. It's whatever you have the most fun with. And actually, yeah, I think the best point I can get across now is just pick one that you actually enjoy working with, because otherwise you're not going to do it, right? If you hate working with UIKit and you're like, finish work for the day or something, you come home and you're like, okay, I'm going to do some programming, and you're like, I hate UIKit. You're not going to do it for very long. You want something that's going to be fun. That's why, like, another benefit of SwiftUI is you can have these previews open, right? And you can get like instant feedback, and it's kind of fun to like mess around with building a view, even if it doesn't have anything hooked up to it and no logic behind it. Maybe you just want to put some squares and triangles and circles on the screen just for fun. You could do that. That's still practice, right? Something else I like to do with programming is, I do this sometimes, not all the time, because I'm at the point now where what have we got? So, like Leak Code and stuff, where they give you problems to solve. I use Code Wars. I find that the questions on here are a little bit... they're a little bit better for time and a bit more well structured. So let's have a look. Let's log in. I'll show you real quick. Yeah. So this will give you like a questionnaire. You go train, and you have to like solve the programming problem. But like I said, I'm at the point now where these programming problems are difficult, but they also take quite a long time to solve. They're not like just like 5 lines of code like the early problems are, and so I just don't do them anymore because I'm just like, I don't have 6 hours to sit here during the day and solve this problem and only get 5 points or whatever it is. You get points for solving them and stuff. So that's something you can do as well, and this one's like in Swift, so this is a good way to learn Swift itself, not the frameworks like SwiftUI in particular. This is so you can learn the basics of programming and practice them. How much did it take you to learn SwiftUI? It's still ongoing. How long was it until I was confident? Oh, look, it took me... It probably took like 12 months before I was confident enough with it. I still had a lot of projects in UIKit though, so it was kind of on and off. So with my UIKit projects, I started importing a lot of SwiftUI elements, like I showed you before, like doing wrapping the SwiftUI views. And that's kind of how I learned SwiftUI. I gradually did it, and then eventually I got confident enough to just start creating new apps from scratch. It was tough early on though, because SwiftUI was still changing a lot. So when like version 1 came out, it's very different to the version we have now, and so a lot of the learning had to be redone anytime Apple released an update. It stabilized a lot now. Same with Swift. Like when that first came out, Swift was very different back then to what it is now. And anytime they made changes, your app would break, and you'd have errors everywhere, and you'd have to go back and fix them all up. I think the biggest one was from like Swift 2 to Swift 3. That was a nightmare. So early adopters were burned pretty bad with the updates to Swift. But like I said, once you get used to like one programming language, because I was really good with Objective-C, learning Swift was a little bit easier. It's like people who learn to talk other languages, right? You get your first language, growing up. If you learn a second language, it makes the third language easier because you find similarities between them. Because like, you know, going back far enough, they're all kind of, you know, sort of loosely related in some way. Some words are the same in different languages and stuff, and eventually you kind of get a feel for how they're constructed. And I think that's why some people can learn like 10 languages in their lifetime, because it just gets easier and easier. And so like when it comes to programming, it's similar. Plus I also have a history of music too, and learning to read music, that's sort of another language in itself. So I already had sort of like the pathways in my mind set up for that kind of thing, right? It's kind of like these cryptic crosswords. I haven't done these for many, many months. And last night I was playing around with this, and I was terrible at it, but gradually throughout the night I got a little bit better. Like my brain was sort of like moving in, you know, morphing into a shape where it could like sort of work on these problems. It's the same as like when you're playing a puzzle game or something, right? Like on your computer, you start out going, oh, how does this work? And then eventually you can just like do things really, really quick because you just get used to it. Do I speak the second language? Not really. I know some German, but probably not enough to have a conversation with someone. Oh, right. So we've got to fix. I've set it up, haven't I? So let's just do a refresh and see what we pull from the store. Oh, I added a little loading thing down the bottom, but maybe we make that look nicer. Why are offerings empty? Product registered revenue dashboard could be fetched from the App Store. Hold up, there is an issue with the configuration. Check underline error for the details, and I think that is here. Nope, here. 560. Okay, so we need to do a refresh of this, and I think this will fix it. My wife speaks a second language though. She knows English and French. She keeps trying to get me to learn French. I keep saying, no, I want to learn German. I picked up a lot of Japanese actually when I was in Japan a couple of years ago, but I've since like forgotten most of it. Okay, so this is refresh. Let's do another rebuild and see how we go. Okay, cool. So we've got 99. Oh, ooh, okay. 99 and 99. What is going on, right? So hang on. Hold up. This is correct though, right? We did this right. This should be $2. Pricing. Yeah, $1.99. Have I got this? This is okay, so on the app we've got USD. We got Australia is $1.99. US. Oh, come on, show me, where is it? Yeah, this is, I lost it. So scroll down. United States, 99. It's 99 as well. Okay, so I've messed up. 2? This doesn't feel right. I guess it kind of makes sense because the Australian dollar is now like 60 cents, 65 cents or something. So it's 2/3, and $3. Apple takes 30%. That becomes $2. $3 becomes $2. Am my logic wrong? I'm native Arabic French speaker and I speak English too, so hopefully it will help with frameworks. Well, yeah. I think it uses the same part of your brain, right? I don't know. I'm making that up, but I'm not a scientist. Yeah, look at this. We got 99 on here as well. So I just did a sync, and we'll see if that goes up to $2. Please do. I want to get this right. Yeah, look at that, $2. Okay, cool. So if we do a rebuild, It feels a bit weird just having the 2 in here though. I would like to have another. Should we go for a $3 one? Or are we wasting time? I kind of like the idea of having another option in there. I do like the idea of having another option. What would $3 look like? Well, obviously it'll be if $2 is 120, $3 will be 120 plus the 50. But maybe we go 120 plus 60. Maybe $2 you get 200 tokens. Nah, that will give us an extra 80. You get 190. 190. Let's do that real quick. Yeah. Let's do it. Let's do another. Consumable. And we got 299. We'll see if we might have to bump up to 399, but we'll see. That's saved. Add localization. 190 tokens, and then we go. That's 190 clues. Cool. Let's do a refresh over here. 190. Yeah, that's 199 as well, so we need to go back and change that. The pricing. 399. Dang. It's expensive in Australia. Do a refresh. Come on. Maybe another one? Did I save it? It's saved. Is that not working? There's another one that's not working. 99. 199. Nope. What do we have to do here? Tier 3, I guess. Yeah, that probably makes more sense, actually. I think we might just have to stick to the regular tiers here. As in 1, 2, and 3. I think that's what I've done anyway, right? 120. That's tier 2. And 50 will be tier 1. Nah. Let's go back. Sorry, this is taking a little bit. But we gotta get this right because Apple's gonna review it shortly, I'm sure. And I don't want it to fail based on how expensive the in-app purchase is. I want it to fail because something else is wrong with this screen. So that they can tell me what was wrong. Okay, so we've got 99, we've got 199, and we've got 299. You probably can't see it, it's very tiny text. I don't think I can make that bigger. But that's finished. Now I'm just gonna jump back to here and add the new one. So we got 120. Let's just add one more. Custom. This is 190 tokens, and this is that's 190 clues. Cool. Add. And then we add products. Attach. One. Where are you? Oh, we got to add it over here. Cool. Back to offerings. Jump in there. Here. Attach. 190 tokens attached. Excellent. Now, if we do another build, it should pull those latest ones. Here we go. 50. 199, 129. Now the images that we had on the right are now missing because I've got those named. I'll show you. We've got the assets here, and we've got these named. 700 tokens, 60 tokens. So we need to change these. So the downside to doing it this way is that, like, I want to have a picture here, but I want them to be different for each of these tiers. And the thing is, if I go back and change it on the back end, on Apple's system, the image will stop working. So what I'll need to do for future builds is, like, think ahead and maybe bundle in some other icons for different levels of tokens. Even if they're not being used immediately, they'll be there so that when I make changes to the pricing on the back end, we'll have images for that. So 50 tokens, this one is the biggest, so this is 190, and then this one will be 120 tokens, and then I need to go back through the code and see where I've got this. This one needs to be 50. This is the baby one. This is 50, and this one needs to be 120. Okay. Yep, excellent. So now we go back to the payment. Is it payment screen? No, purchases view. And then we go to this package. Whoops, package row. It's in here somewhere, right? The image. Where's the image? Image package ID. And the package ID. Let's see what that is. It might have to put the underscore in there. I think that's what the issue is. 50, yeah. So if we go back to our images, we can just do that. And let's make this neat, and we'll just put a folder, and we'll call it payment icons, and just throw them in there. And then I can just fill this up. Maybe I'll create a few others, which will be like different, more tiers, right? We'll see how we go. I think for now that's pretty good. I'll probably, you know what would be best if I create one when we do get the 10 cents, and then I can just make that without doing an app upload. So we'll have like a level that's just 5 tokens. That might be good. But that's not necessary right now. I think we're done. Let's get rid of this text that I just threw in there. Yeah, this works okay. I think that's fine. Okay, so that's sorted. I think Apple should be happy with that. While we're at it, let's just go to this app store here, and we will remove it from review because I just know it's not going to get approved. Where are we? Oh, whoa! No way! When did that happen? Oh, my phone is up there. Hang on a second. It's been approved? What? It got approved. Hang on. I guess you can go download it if you want. Why did it get approved? Okay. Hang on a second. Let me get the what? Why would Apple approve that? Oh no. Hang on a sec. Oh, where's the link to this thing? We gotta find the link. Oh wow. Let me find this thing. I think the link is on the page somewhere. App information maybe. Yeah, here we go. There it is on the App Store. Okay, I guess that's great. That's so funny. I'm blown away by that. I can't believe it got approved. Was it even reviewed, do you think? Like, wow. Okay. That's so surprising. I've had apps rejected for less. That's so funny. It's kind of it's kind of annoying in a way because I really wanted to uh now that it's out there, I wanted to store the tokens differently in iCloud. Now if people make purchases and I do an update, the tokens are going to be gone. What do I do? I have to keep both. I'll have to update both at the same time, I guess. Yeah, we can do that. So that's our next step, Brad. I want to do CloudKit storage for the tokens. That's so funny. I can't believe that. Okay. Oh, how exciting. Okay, all in one day. All right. Okay, so let's do some CloudKit stuff. Let me look it up. I haven't done this before. CloudKit key value storage. Don't allow. Designing for key value data in iCloud. Let's read Apple's docs on this. Okay, to store discrete. This looks old. Oh, that's probably fine. To store discrete values in iCloud for app preferences, app configuration, or app state, use iCloud key value storage. Key value storage is similar to the local user defaults database, but values that you place in key value storage are available to every instance of the app on all of a user's various devices. That sounds exactly like what we need. For one instance of your app changes a value, the other instances see that change and can use it to update the configuration as depicted in 2.1. Yeah, okay, so does it push the value down or do you need to request it? Zooming on the key value storage interactions for a single device shown in figure 2.2. You can see that your app accesses key value storage using the shared NS ubiquitous key value store object. Yeah, okay. Before you can use key value storage, your app must have the appropriate entitlement, as explained in request access to iCloud using Xcode capabilities, and that is all the setup you need. Cool. So let's take a look here. To configure a common iCloud container, configure key value storage for multiple apps. We don't really need multiple apps unless I make a series. Or maybe we could. You buy tokens on one app and they're available to use across all my other apps of similar type. Where we use the chat GPT stuff. Ooh, interesting. I'll be back in 1 second. Okay, I'm back. I just got some chocolate. I'll pause. I'll mute the mic. Okay. Yeah, right. Goodness. All right. So I'm going to write a couple of things on the list so that I remember these things need to be done by the end of the day, right? So number one, let's make sure that we store this in CloudKit. Key value storage, CloudKit. I want some more. I don't know what you would call them. A little bit of flavor text, right? And I'm gonna write in the list, like there's a few areas, right? So I want answer suffixes, ask me prompts. So like this speech bubble you see right now, I want to randomize that. It'll be different every time you open the app. It probably would never go back to asking the question because it's always going to probably have the answer there. And maybe more prefix on the answers. And I think I like the idea of having a bit of a history, but only for this session history, right? So like you've asked a couple and we want to be able to scroll the speech bubbles. And then when you restart the app, it'll just be wiped. Right, we're just going to have this in memory. We're not going to worry about storing it through app launches. Should we do ads as well? Is that something people would be interested in seeing? Like how to put ads in an app. I think ads are so ugly though. Like we can make each question free. How much do you get for an ad? Let's have a look. I'll do it on this other screen just in case we get some results not good. So we go, how much does a mobile ad make? Per ad impression, right? How much mobile ad per impression? It'll be like cost per 1,000 or something, right? So the average CPN for across all Android devices is $2 and it's $5 for all iOS. So $5 for per 1,000. So if we've got $5, that's 0.005 cents. So that's like an eighth. Is that like an eighth of how much it costs to do 1,000? This app might be able to be supported by ads. I wonder. Because the cost of hitting that API is pretty low, right? Like it's 2 cents for 1,000. And we only use 50 each time. So if I do some maths here, we got 2 cents per 1,000. which is for each token we're looking at, man, that's a fraction of a cent. I think for each request it is 0.001. I think I'm doing my math right here. 0.001 for each request. So it's a tenth of a cent for every time someone does a request in the app. And then on top of that, if we were to say, hang on. Let's write this down. Per request at 50 tokens. Yeah, that makes sense. And let's say each ad gives us, gosh, I can't remember what we worked that out to be again. So it's $5-ish. Let's go really like conservative, right? Let's go $3 per thousand. So 3 divided by I want to know how much it is per 0.003, right? I feel like the app could pay for itself with ads. Although, maybe not, because if the ads are on screen for like 10 seconds at a time, we could do ads. Oh, that's interesting. No, ads are ugly though. They take up a lot of space, and I'm thinking this app's gonna be better than that. I don't want to be someone who advertises, and then you capture users' information and stuff. So no. But anyone else wanting to build a copy of this? Absolutely. It seems like the math checks out. So far, conservative estimates, right? Ads will pay for it 3 times over. So for every one ad you see, for every one impression, you get 3 times the amount for sending that API request to get, the answer, a clue. So I think that's pretty good. Anyway, let's move on. We've done that now. Let's do this key value stuff. So where were you? In Xcode targets editor summary pane, you can request access to as many iCloud containers as you need for your app. This feature is useful if you want multiple apps to share documents. For example, you provide a free and paid version of your app. You might want users to retain access to the iCloud documents when they upgrade from the free to the paid. In such a scenario, configure both apps to write their data to the same iCloud container. Great. When reading and writing files in both your primary and secondary apps, build URLs and search for files only in common storage container. So we want cloud containers. So this will be documents, right? We want key value storage. Designate one of your iCloud enabled apps as a primary app. That'll be this one. The app's iCloud container becomes a common container. For example, in the case of a free and paid app, you might designate the paid app as a primary app. Great. Enable the iCloud capability for each app. Enable the key value storage option for both apps. Xcode automatically adds entitlements to each app and assigns an iCloud container based on the app's bundle ID. For all but the primary app, change the iCloud container ID manually in the app's entitlements file. Because when you set up the non-primary apps, the entitlements are going to be set up with their bundle ID, and you want to set it so that it's not using that. Otherwise, you've got multiple primary apps. You just want the one, and then you have to change all the sub apps. That's okay. Set the value of the com.apple developer ubiquity ID to ID of your primary app. Excellent. So first step is to, I think we go into here, we grab this, and hey, you know what? While we're at it today, let's see if we can make the iPad version look a little bit nicer. We'll rearrange it, right? We'll put the character on one side and the speech bubbles and other stuff on the other side. We'll split the screen down the middle. Let's write that down. iPad layout fix. 5. This is a stretch goal. Number 5 will be a Mac version. Yeah. Like, why not, right? Why not? Let's do it. And then after these streams, I have to get back to working on my other app, and I don't know if I'm going to do that on stream, but we'll see. Designate one of your iCloud. Okay, so hold up. We need to go here, and I think there's a little signing and capabilities. Excellent. Add capability, and we need to go. I think this is correct. iCloud storage APIs like apps store data and documents iCloud, keeping your apps up to date automatically. Use iCloud to give you a consistent and seamless experience across iCloud enabled devices. Excellent. Do I need to do anything here? This is all Mac stuff. Excuse me. Contacts, calendar. Photos library, Apple events. Nah, we don't need any of that. Key value storage. Click that, turn that on. What is CloudKit? Designate your iCloud enable apps to primary app. Yep. Cool. Enable iCloud capability for each app. Enable the key value storage for both apps. Do we want this CloudKit thing? I don't think we need to check CloudKit on there. Does it give us a little bit of information if we hover over it? No. I think it's overkill. I don't think we need it. Let's keep going. The structure of iCloud container directory. Yeah, we don't care about the container. We want to use the... No, we don't need files. We need to use... Oh, this is old. Look at this. Objective-C. Inviting user to use iCloud. Choose storage options. No. Yeah, so in order for the iCloud stuff to work, they need to be logged into iCloud. Ooh, that's a bit of a downside, isn't it? We'll use the keychain as a backup. We'll sync them both together. I think that's the way to do it. And plus the app's already on the store anyway. It's already using keychain, so people are spending money. Yeah. Okay. That wasn't that great. I think what we need is an article on how to do this. Or maybe this will help. Any device running your app and attached to a user's iCloud account can upload key value changes to that account. Keep track of such changes. Did change externally notification during app launch. Oh, okay, so we need to listen. So it's only going to fetch those changes on app launch. It won't work immediately. I think that's okay. So like if someone's got their iPad open and their phone, and then they do a purchase on their phone and the iPad doesn't update, most people are going to assume, all right, we need to close the app and then reopen and it'll appear. Yeah, so we're not going to do like real-time syncing. Key value conflicts. When a device attached to iCloud account tries to write a value to the key value storage, iCloud checks if any recent changes have been made to the key value store by other devices. Excellent. So if the phone sends some new tokens, says save some new tokens after a purchase, before they get pushed, there's a fetch. Because you don't want it to just like override that number. So that's good. Oh, interesting. If no changes have been made recently, the object writes pending local changes to the server. If changes were made recently, it does not write the local values to the server. Instead, it generates a externally notification to force your app to update itself based on the updated server values. Okay, so this is going to be a problem. So let's say you've got on iCloud you've got 10 tokens stored. On the iOS app you've got 0. You make a purchase and you buy 50. It goes to set the value as 50, and it finds out that there's 10 there. It will send a notification back and say, hey, we've got a conflict here. There's 10 on the thing, and we've got 50 on the phone. There's 10 on the server, we've got 50 on the phone. What do you want to do? We have to say, all right, it needs to be 60. We have to add the two together. We have to add the two together at point of purchase. We can't say like, let's set the tokens on the iOS app to 60 and then add the two together, because they'll just keep getting more and more tokens. We need to be a bit smarter about that. And that's okay. We can do that. Okay, so next step, what have we got? Data size limits for key value storage, 1 megabyte per user, that's okay. Maximum number of keys you can specify is 1024, and the size limit of each value associated with a key is 1 megabyte. For example, if we store a single large value for exactly 1 megabyte for a single key, that fully gives you your quota. Yep, for a given user of your app. If you store 1 kilobyte of data for each key, you can use 1,000 key value pairs. The maximum length of a key string is 64 bytes using UTF-8 encoding. The data size for your cumulative key strings does not count against your 1 megabyte. Total quota for iCloud key value storage. Rather, your key strings, which are at maximum consume 64 kilobytes, count against a user's total iCloud allotment. Oh, that's funny. Interesting. If your app has exceeded its quota in key value storage, the iCloud key value store posts the store to change external notification with a value of, gosh, that notification. All right, it sends everything back. Exercise care when using NS data objects as values. Yeah, okay. Don't use key value storage in certain situations. Every app submitted to the Mac App Store should adopt key value storage, but some types of data are not appropriate for key value storage. A document-based app, for example, is not appropriate to use key value storage for state information about each document. Makes sense, such as current page or current selection. Instead, store document-specific state as needed with each document as described in. That's actually a good idea. I've got another document-based app, and I store this separate. It should be stored with the document. Interesting. In addition, avoid. Yeah, it's interesting. Because I have a lot of issues, like when the document's updated, it'll scroll back to the top. I should probably store which page it was on in the document. And then when you open it up on different platforms, it'll be like, it'll just go to that page that you're previously looking at. That's pretty cool. Did you try Flutter? If yes, what do you think of it? No, I haven't tried Flutter yet. I keep getting told to do that though. People who have used it said it's really, really good. I don't trust a lot of their opinions though, because a lot of them were the same people who said React Native was good. So I don't know, but I have heard that Flutter is much better. In addition, avoid using key value storage to essentially offline. Instead, store such data directly in local user defaults database. Yes. Okay. Okay, so this is all outdated code. Let's look up an article from a reputable dev. Come on, what we got? Give me someone I know. Key value storage, SwiftUI. Have we got any sharing core data with CloudKit? We don't want core data. CloudKit tutorial. How to use. What is? Oh no! Come on. I want a nice little setup for this for SwiftUI, right? Like, I wonder if there's, because this is just going to take me probably back to the same. Oh no, this is better docs. Okay, hang on. Then obtain the keys and values from iCloud, which may be newer than those that are local, by calling the synchronize method. You need not call the synchronize method again during your app's lifecycle unless your app design requires fastest possible upload to iCloud after you change your value. Or okay, this is going to be super helpful. We can call this when we make a purchase, and then apply the new tokens. Like, so what we'll do is anytime there's a purchase, we'll pull the latest information from iCloud, and then we will add the tokens to that and push it up immediately. So anytime there's a purchase, we can do that. And I think we'll do the same when anytime a token is spent. Notification of change of reason. Yeah. Okay, so where are we? Where we got this NS ubiquitous key value store? I guess we just use this class. We got some more documentation here. Synchronize. So we got actually they've got some sample code we can download, which is kind of cool. In that file, go to assignment, place value store ID. Cool. Key value store is intended for storing data that changes infrequently as you test your devices. If the app on a device makes frequent changes to key value store, the system may defer the synchronization of some changes in order to minimize the number of round trips to the server. The more frequently the app makes changes, the more likely changes will be deferred and will not immediately show up on the other devices. Alright, so you can't really use it as a backend apparently. I think that's okay. Use the notification center. The following example installs the app as the observer to respond to the key. So I'll show you how we can do this in SwiftUI. You subscribe to these notifications. We can do that on the main app. So we don't need, so this kind of stuff, in the previous documentation we're reading with the Objective-C code, it was talking about using an app delegate method, I think. But I think we can get away with just using this. Immediately following the call to add observer, obtain the key value store changes since last launch by calling synchronize. Interesting. So you can't grab it direct. Oh yeah, it makes sense. It doesn't come through in the notification. The notification just says, hey, something's changed. And then you have to say, okay, something's changed. And then you have to manually pull that information. It doesn't come back with the notification, which makes sense. The sample uses NS notification and registers and observers to the notification did changes. Only detect your value changes in iCloud. Reasons for change. Yeah, we can get that information out of there. That's good. Does it give us some examples? Yes. Store account change. Cool. Okay. And we can get values. So if we take a look at this, app with value storage object gets it set values. This store is tied to a unique identifier string of the app provides in this time of press. Cool. So here we can follow this to get different values. So all we care about is an integer, right? So I think we can get away with using a double. There's no integer here. We got double. We got int 64. That'll work. Let's use that value to store the tokens. Let's move this off to the side. Let's do some work on this. You know what? I will go through the sample as well, just because I think it would be a good exercise to do on stream. I'll open this up, Xcode, and we'll just take a look. I don't know if it'll compile. It's from iOS 13. I think we're like 16 now. Yeah. So preferences. So this setup is a little bit different, I think, to what we have now, whereas like the settings are all in this part of the app. So we got preferences in cloud. Yeah, I don't think we need to set this up anymore. What do we got? Let's close this off. So this is the main view controller. We got some sort of pop-up menu. What else we got? View will appear, update user interface, pop-up and select item, chosen color, Okay, so it's like you select a color and then it will pop-up color action, set it. Chosen color equals pop-up button index of. So chosen color value is up here. Where is it? What? Where is it? Where is it? Jump to definition. Oh, it's on an extension of view control. That's a weird spot to put it. Get user defaults integer for key. Yeah, pull out the user defaults. Set user defaults standard set for key. Cool. NS ubiquitous key value store. Update user interface. So this is the thing that we need to use, right? NS ubiquitous key value store default set new value for key. That's it. It's a single line, but we need to do a little bit of stuff so we can keep them in sync properly, right? So let's jump back over to our code. I think on the view model we can probably handle this. So when this tokens is set, when you chose to become an iOS developer, you didn't have that fear of going all on a private technology backed by one company compared to web, for example. No, because when I started, it was like this cool big new thing, and I wasn't really a tech person back then. Like I was into tech, as in fantasy, sci-fi sort of stuff. I was really poor though, and it the iPhone was this big new thing, and I was like excited to be working on it. And I didn't really think too much about the future. I was like 24, I think, when I started. 10 years ago, 11 years ago, 23 maybe. And so yeah, I didn't really have much of a mind for the future. I thought it was just fun to me at the time. I was like just enjoying myself, and that's kind of all I saw it as. These days though, it does concern me just with the direction that Apple's been going in. It's funny, there's this line and they kind of like keep balancing on it a little bit. Like, so start of last year, I think around April, March, I was really critical of them because they were approving apps for the App Store that were like complete scams, and then they were telling customers, oh, we're the safest place to download apps. And that's sort of like giving people a false sense of security. And so, scams were rampant. They still are on the App Store, by the way. But Apple still puts out that message like we're the most trusted, and not telling people to be careful in the App Store. And so a lot of people are getting scammed because of those terrible apps. And I was highly critical of them for that because even now it's still ongoing. Is like devs want a third-party App Store for the reason you have said, that like putting all your eggs in that one basket and the one platform. The one app store is really restricting for developers, and especially when you have to compete against scams, right? There's only one store available. You have to compete against people who are doing the wrong thing. So obviously we were all very critical about Apple for that. They were saying it's a safe place to download apps, and we were like, well, no, it's not. Fix the scams, or let us have our own do side loading, have our own app store. It works on the Mac, fine. You can go to a website and download a Mac app. Don't make us compete with people who are doing the wrong thing. There's a lot more to it than that, but yeah, you're right. Like, it's concerning, and I think about 2 years ago when I started learning Vapor, I was thinking maybe I can be a backend dev if iOS falls apart. I also think maybe 10 years from now, apps might not even really be a thing. Like with the way AI is going, it might be just a case of like you wouldn't have any apps on your phone, right? You just talk to your phone and you just ask it to do something. You probably still have games, right? AI can't just like chat to you and do a game. Maybe it can create a game on the fly for you, whatever. That's not the point I'm trying to make, but it's mostly about like if you want to buy something on Amazon, you could just ask your assistant on your phone to help you out with that, I guess, right? It'll learn your behaviors. You can be like, give me some reviews of these items on Amazon. Find me the best, or just say, hey, find me the best reviewed microphone or something, right? Across the whole internet. It can like maybe go in and scan all the YouTube videos. You wouldn't need an Amazon app, is what I'm saying. You would just ask your assistant to do that for you. And it'll just come back with a product that's reasonably priced, and it'll say, hey, this is the best one I can find online anywhere. All these reviews say it's really good. Do you want this one? And I'll just say, yeah, cool. It would save you a lot of time. And I think that's the direction of technology. Like, it'll get to the point where we aren't sitting down writing these tiny, small apps. Like that, the cryptic crossword app, that won't be a thing in 10 years. It'll be, you just ask your assistant directly, right? Yeah, I think apps will probably die out. I think. Some more niche uses, like they'd find different niches to use. Like, so calculator apps probably won't be as important because you could just ask the assistant again. But if you're doing like complex maths, we had all these formulas you had to type in, speaking them out to the assistant would probably be really tedious. So you'd probably want an app that you can type that into. Other things would be like storage or taking photos. I think camera apps will still be a pretty big deal. It just depends. Like some stuff's going to go away, some new stuff will appear. Do I think Swift, iOS developers, SwiftUI, all that will be a thing in 10 years? Is it worth investing your time into? I think so, yes. I think it'll be a slow decline, not a quick one, if the AI thing happens. But also, kind of by that point, those skills are transferable, right? So like you learn your programming, you can learn other languages. At some point, there'll be more niche stuff that this AI we'll discover what AI cannot do, and then humans will move on to other jobs in the tech sector that helps support AI. I think if one of the best thing is if we could build cross-platform with Swift like Flutter's doing, even building web apps. Yeah, I mentioned that yesterday. I would love SwiftUI to work with web because like it's already across. We've already got like iPhone, iPad. Like even the behavior across those two, some UI elements are different. Like menus and stuff, they're different on the phone as what they are on the iPad. And then you got Mac buttons look different. It's all SwiftUI. Then you got the Apple Watch, and then you've got Apple TV. The web is like the last thing left. They should just make that happen. But until now, Apple is one of the richest companies in the world, and each year profits increase. Yeah. Yeah, but I think I don't think they're too big to fail though. And yeah, I think the profits they make are obscene, and they've just got money sitting in the bank. It's not like they distribute it for research and things like that, which is what they've been doing with the AR goggles and stuff that they've got coming out. I think they had a research team for an electric car, but I think they're really not spending any money. And I think they should. Or lower. Hey, if they're making so much money, just lower the prices on everything, right? Like if you've got a vault of cash filling up and you're not spending it, then why need it? Why have it? Why have it to begin with? So I spend it on stuff, or make your products cheaper. Geez. But yeah, I totally agree. I think there might be a project out there. People are pretty clever, right? Like let's have a look. SwiftUI for web. I wonder if someone's got a little. Because all you would need to do is just like take like the layout. Like how hard would it be to convert this to a div or something, right? It's basically HTML anyway. Really, like the way things are sort of structured, at least, right? You could swap this out with some JavaScript. You could do a one-to-one matching or some sort. Deploying SwiftUI on the web, even if there was like a wrapper, so it was actually Swift code running, and you would have like you emulate an iPhone, like a sim running in the browser. That would be kind of cool. So I did find this. This looks interesting. I think it's abandoned though. WWDC Apple announced SwiftUI single cross 2.3. Yeah, okay. So this was built when SwiftUI was first announced. Swift Web UI allows you to write Swift UI views which display in a web browser. Okay, that's interesting. I love that. That's pretty cool. It probably doesn't work anymore though, because it seems to have been abandoned. Swift Web UI. I love that. Oh heck, look at this. Even these little switches and stuff. This is all working. That's way further along than I thought. Well, there you go. If you want to do that, there's a library for it. You can... Wow, that's fascinating. I love that. Look at this. That's so cool. I bet there's some setup though. I bet it's not as easy as just choosing another target and then running it. I'm amazed by that. People, like I said, people are pretty cool. I think Vapor has really good potential. Yeah, I agree. Vapor has, what's their layout thing called? Leaf. Leaf Vapor Docs. Yeah, here we go. So this is like, yeah, templating. This is pretty good. I've used it quite a bit, but it's not Swift code, right? Like it's still mostly it's still HTML, but it's just got like a couple of tags and stuff in there you can use. I think when I first started learning Vapor, I think I think it was like version 2. I think it was version 2 or something. Do they have a Hotwire alternative? I don't even know what that is. Oh, sending HTML instead of JSON. I don't know. I don't know too much about Hotwire, it seems. Most of this is just like a template, and then things are swapped out with. It's backed by Swift. It's backed by Swift code, right? You got like these .leaf files, which are basically HTML with all these tags, and then you just swap in and out values. So you can do like for loops and stuff in there. And these are rendered. These rendered. Not during compile. These are done in real time. Yes, because I don't remember seeing any files get produced out of this. So yeah, when you compile, this is all swapped in at runtime. So yeah, there's some cool stuff you can do here. Well, yeah, it's a solution. Hotwire's way to avoid writing JavaScript on the front end. Yeah, okay, that's good because I don't really like having my web pages with the HTML and the JavaScript, and is a solution to have dynamic front end without loading the page and without writing JavaScript. Okay, that's pretty cool. Yeah, with Leaf, I found that I still need to use some JavaScript. Look, I'm not really good at it. I know that some people can do some wicked stuff with it, like crazy layouts, animations, interactions, and stuff like that with JavaScript. No, I don't do that. I try to use as little amount as possible. Yeah. I try not to use JavaScript at all. Like when I'm working with Vapor, I try and use like these tags and let Swift and Vapor handle most of the work for me. But you still need, like, if you want to have a confirmation dialog box pop up or something, you pretty much have to use JavaScript. You can't really do it with Swift, right? Like the Swift back HTML front end thing, whatever, Vapor. This is basically it's kind of like it's almost a static thing, right? This gets rendered, shown to the user, and then you have to, if you want to do pop-ups and animations, you kind of have to use JavaScript. Although a way to make that a little bit better would be to, I like to use one language. Yeah. You can probably find some web frameworks that'll hide most of it away for you. So like with a lot of my web stuff that I do with Vapor, I just use Bootstrap. And that gets me most of the way there as far as like styling and, like hover interactions over buttons and things like that. But when you don't write JavaScript, you need to reload the page entirely each time. Yes. Yeah. Um, yeah, you do, because the way the functions work on Vapor is that you hit the API call and then it just sends back rendered HTML for you, um, along with whatever JavaScript and that you've got in there. Yeah, no, that's right. You have to reload the page. That was probably one of the biggest frustrations I had with building the web apps I was working on. I never got to the point of using like sockets and stuff, or having, constantly updating elements on the screen. Maybe I should do a stream at some point with Vapor, and we'll do something interesting with it that tries to utilize all that stuff. I don't know yet. Maybe I'll do like a YouTube subscriber ticker or something. I don't know. Yeah. Where are we at? Oh, yes. Let's close that. I can't even get a drink. Okay, so we've got... What are we up to? Ah, yeah, we need to set the iCloud thingamajig over here. So when we set our tokens, we need to set it to the keychain. Because now the app's been improved, we're kind of stuck with using the keychain a bit. Do you need when creating apps sometimes to write a web app like a dashboard or CMS? I don't have to do that. Most companies that require that sort of stuff already have a web team dedicated to that. It's not really something you need to do as an iOS dev. I have seen a lot of job postings though, where they're like, must know Swift, UI kits, SwiftUI, and then like you must also know AWS and like cloud technologies and stuff. And it's like, when you when you actually land the job, you don't end up even doing any of that work. I think they just want that there just in case if you need to be called on to do any of that sort of work. But for the most part, pure iOS development is just that. You don't really do any back-end work. If you're an indie dev, you probably need to do some back-end work, depending on what app you're building. Yeah, or you can just use something like Firebase. But yeah, the majority of the time, if you're working in another company, you don't have to deal with that sort of stuff. You might go into meetings with people from the server team, because you might need some work done. You might need them to massage some data for you or strip certain things out of it. Like some companies I've worked for, the API would share like personal details, like like email addresses and where they live and stuff. Like the API would return that for like all users, and you're like, hey, you're getting into a meeting with the backend people. Like, no, you can't send that. All I want is just this information from the back end. I don't need anything else. So you get into those sort of situations. We have discussions with back end folks, but other than that, you don't really work on it at all. Sometimes you don't even have access to it. Do you use Apple mouse and keyboard? No. I have. Let me. I gotta see my face so I can see. I've got a Keychron mechanical keyboard, and then I bought these really cheap keycaps. These are pretty popular keycaps off Amazon. I really like the profile of these, but let me turn this off. So that's the keyboard I use. It's a K8. I bought another one for my wife recently, which is the K6 Pro, and that's got like a lot of nicer stuff in it. And the mouse I use is just one of these, and it's wired. Definitely don't use an Apple mouse. I tried. Like when I bought my first Mac years ago, and it was that Magic Mouse thing. I tried doing that in uni when I was doing music. All the computers were Macs, and they're the ones with the wired with the little ball on it. Couldn't use that either. I had to bring a Windows mouse in. I don't like it. I don't like their mice. I think they're I actually think they're poorly designed. Uncomfortable to use, especially like big hands and stuff. I know there's a technique. You're supposed to I think you're supposed to claw the Apple mouse. But I'm at the computer so long, I need something bigger that I can just rest my whole hand on. I do have keyboards though. I use this one. Actually, I used both of these for many years. Like I had this for ages, and then upgraded to this because I wanted the number pad, and because it was black. and then I switched to mechanical. I had some bad luck in the past with mechanical keyboards though. Where is this thing? Oh, I've torn it apart. So I did try out mechanical keyboards in like 2014 when I was sort of really getting into. This is when I had my first serious iOS job, right? Like a year or two after I started learning. Serious one, not where I was on full time, right? Not like freelance work and things like that. And I got one of these things, a Pure Pro keyboard. And you know, everyone was going on about mechanical keyboards at the time. It was all the rage, and I was like, "Oh, let's try this out. Be more relaxing, you know, more easy on my fingers and stuff. Maybe I can type faster." And I was getting into that, and then it wasn't until I went to a few conferences and tried a good mechanical keyboard that I was hooked. That after, you know, like this thing was terrible, and this was early days. You know, mechanical keyboards are like a big, massive industry now, and they've gotten way, way better and cheaper. But yeah, back then that thing put me off them for a while because it was so bad. I didn't know it was bad at the time. I thought, is this it? Is this all we got? What about keyboard you don't like? No, I like the Mac keyboards, and I like the one on my laptop. I think the Mac keyboards, I think they're the best low-profile keyboards you can get, really. And the thing that I really love about Mac keyboards in general is like the media keys and stuff, and the way that works. But when it comes to these, like I can work with both, but I like the aesthetics of this. I like the way it sounds, and I like the way it feels. When I go away and I've just got the laptop, I have no issues using the Mac keyboard. It's fine on the laptop. But yeah, at my desk, it's just nicer. It's like Mac keyboards are good. Mechanical keyboards to me are awesome. So they're both good. You know, in the good category. Okay, what do we got? Yes, NS ubiquitous key value store, default set, new value. So this will be for key, G background color key, keychain key. Let's say storage key, token storage key. Question view model, and then token storage key. Okay, so we can't just set this immediately. I think we need to do a fetch first. I think. That's what the documentation said, right? You need to do a fetch first. So this is a store. So we store this. Let's check the app delegate. Oh, there's nothing in the app delegate. That's frustrating. Okay, here's the ubiquitous key value store did change. Prepare key value store for use. Okay, let's set this up. I think what we need to do is go to our cryptic crossword solver app, and then put some stuff on this on these views here. So what do we got? This is how we can listen for the change. Value store default, that's the object. By passing the default key value store object as object, it tells iCloud that this is the object whose notifications you want to receive. Okay, interesting. So in here we can just go on receive, and the publisher will be a. I've got to move this off to the side. You're not going to be able to see it, but you'll see me type it. It's probably more important you see what I'm doing over in here rather than what I'm reading. This will be a notification. Publisher. No. Notification center dot default dot publisher for notification name object. Yeah, this is it. And we need did change externally notification, and then did change externally for notification, and then it said we needed to do the object property as well, which was ns ubiquitous key value store dot default, and then we do something when we get that notification, right? So output, and then we do something. So let's widen this just a little bit. What is going on here? Notification name has no member to change. No, it does not. It's this. Excellent. Okay, so what this does is it adds a receiver, which is basically a listener on the question view, which is the first view of the app, the main one. I figured we put it there. Why not? We can really put it on any view, I guess, as long as it's when the app loads. So we've got on receive, notification center, default publisher. So we're getting the publisher for notification center, right? So when notification comes through to the app in notification center, so this could be any notification from anywhere. We are only listening for did change externally notification. So this will only come through to the app when the iCloud key value storage changes for this app. And when that changes, we get just the notification that it's changed. We don't get I don't think we get the value for it, because I mentioned that earlier. We don't get any of the values, so we won't know what tokens were updated. We just know that something was changed, and then in here we need to fetch what that thing was. Now, because of this, I think what we'll need to do is move the question view model, or rename it, so to maybe just view model, and move it to the top of here and make it an environment variable, because I think it's going to be needed across the entire app. It's no longer going to be the question view model just for the question view, because we've already passing this tokens to the purchaser screen. So I think this whole thing just needs to be accessible from everywhere. And so we got the submit question stuff here. We could pull this out. We could pull out the tokens, but then we wouldn't have access to it here. We need to pass that in somehow. So I think just keeping it all together in this model object is okay. If it gets too big, we'll start splitting out into separate responsibilities. But for now, we'll just keep it all together. So I got we might have to move some of these out as well. So like, I might create another file that just handles the strings, like a strings file. We're not going to worry about translations or anything like that for this app at the moment. So like this is all the way down the bottom. This is kind of it's noise, isn't it? Like it kind of gets in the way. I think I'd like to move these out to another file of strings, but that's for a sec. That's for a little bit later. So let's change this. Let's call it something else. Let's just call it view model. Yeah, call it view model. We can call it something manager as well if we wanted to. So I'm going to throw this on the main here. So we go environment. No, it's state object again. And we go view model, and this will be the view model. So when the app launches, this will get created. And then what we'll do is we'll pass it through as an environment variable, right? So environment object view model. Cool. And then inside question view, we change from state object because it's not creating it anymore. We call it model, that's fine. But we don't need to initialize it here like we have been. And we just change this to an environment object. Hang on. It's going to crash our previews because the previews now need an environment object in here. So what we can do is just stop it, environment object, and we go view model, and we just throw one in. And I think that fixes that. Yeah, so we just initialize a new one. It's fine. It's just for our previews. It doesn't matter. And now that we've got this, we can copy this and we can jump into our purchases view, drop that in. And instead of using observed object up here, we just go make an environment object. And this also means we can remove where we're passing it in, so we don't need that anymore. And I think this was still, what do we got down here? Yeah, we got the previews. Again, let's remove this, but we do need to set up an environment object. It's pretty much all it's the exact same thing it was before, really. We've just moved. We're just using a different syntax that does almost exactly the same thing. So what kind of like, why are we doing it this way? The benefit of using environment object, not so much in this app, but maybe in other apps, like if we wanted to pop open an intermittent screen, or basically the environment object will be available to all subviews no matter what. So like even if we don't pass it through, so as you can see here, this purchases view, we're not passing the environment variable in anymore. And you're like, well, how does it get there? Well, because it's been marked as an environment variable, environment object, this is going to end up on purchases view, and we can grab it just by specifying it here at the top of the view. We don't need to pass it through anymore because Swift does that for us because we've marked it as environment object. All right. If we had our state object set up, we had the initializer thing up here, we would have to pass it through like we did, right? We have to go model, but we don't need to do that anymore. It takes care of some code for us, right? And then all that means is any views that are down the line. So like, for example, we don't have to go back up the stack and re-add stuff in here. Like if we want to, let's say we create a new view in purchases view or something like that. And we're writing our code, blah, 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 blah. And then 6 months down the track, we go, you know what, it'd be really nice if we had access to that view model here. We can just say environment object. And anywhere this is used, we don't have to worry about passing that through. We can grab it just here. I hope that makes sense. I'm not the best at explaining it. But it just gives, it's like a singleton basically. And then we go back to our solve app thing here. And now that we have access to this view model, we can start doing stuff with it, right? So maybe we fetch the updated tokens from the cloud storage, and then we set them on the view model here. So when the app first launches, we also need to do a synchronize as well when the app launches, so oh gosh, we'll get a notification anytime it's changed in iCloud, and we need to do an update in the app for the tokens. And then we also need to do it when the app first launches, so we can do a sync then. And then we need to do a sync when we make a purchase of a token and when we spend tokens. So there's like 4 situations where we need to update the iCloud stuff. So I'm just reading this. We've got, where are we at? Yep. So it tells iCloud that there's object whose notification you want to receive. Cool. Get any KV store change since last launch. Okay, so this is how we get it. This app was not built with the proper... Okay, that's cool, that's cool. So I think when we call synchronize, it's going to pull the latest stuff and then we can query it, right? You don't request it directly. You don't go like get the tokens. You just say synchronize, and then afterwards you say, hey, let's get the tokens. So this will spark the notification, and as the store did change externally notification to ourselves to listen for iCloud KV store changes. Yeah, so when we call this synchronize, what I can gather from this is that when the synchronize is complete, because you don't have a completion here, when it's complete, the notification will fire as well. And so when we get the notification, so in here we can do the request. So let's go back to our where did it go? It's behind us. There we go. Yeah, so this syncing thing is the big important thing, because I don't want people to be ripped off after they made a purchase. All right. Yeah. Okay. We'll get to some more fun stuff after this. It's just an annoying sort of. It's almost like doing paperwork. This kind of syncing stuff. Yes, and then if. Yeah. So on appear. Oh, what we can do is we can do an initializer, right? Is on appear called anytime the app closes and reopens? Would that be a good time to do a synchronize? Should we do it on appear? Let's find out. In here we'll just say print. This will be a good test to see if we should hit the breakpoint when the app launches, which is great. Hit play, great. If we hit home, we go back in. It does not hit on appear again. So on appear is only called once, not when the app reopens. Okay, that's okay. So we won't bother with. What we'll do is we'll treat this section. No, actually, let's do it in the initializer, because that's where the other one is, right? This revenue cat stuff is, so we might as well just do it in here. So what I'm doing is I'm going to copy this code, ns ubiquitous key value store.default synchronize explicitly synchronizes in-memory keys and values with those stored on disk. Equals false, and then I'm going to go with assertion failure. Sure, let's throw this message in here. Let's see what happens. And we don't get any issues, so it looks like we've got it configured correctly. If we jump over to where this is set up, does it have... Do we have to assign it? Because it returns a Boolean. I don't think we need to. Yeah, cool. It's fine. It's not throwing any warnings there. All right. Now we should get a notification here. Let's do a print, and let's go with the storage notification. Let's see if this works. Do we get? Is it in here somewhere? No, it doesn't come through. Okay, that's all right. Let's go back here. It says this will spark the notification to ourselves to listen for iCloud KV store changes. It is important to only do this step after registering for notifications. Oh, okay, so that's up here. Oh, excuse me. This prevents a notification arriving before code is ready to respond to it. It feels like this on receive. This should be getting called after the initializer. Well, I guess what we can do is we can test that, can't we? This should come up first. Yeah. So this needs to be run. This needs to be run after on receive is created. So we have put that in the wrong spot. Let's see if we can do it on appear. So theoretically, if we put on appear at the end here, this will run after on receive. Excellent. Okay, let's put the print in there. Oh, come on. This is supposed to run. We want this to be hit first, set up. We want the on receive to be set up, and then we want this to be set up after, as it says in the docs. Print isn't happening. So just to reiterate what's supposed to be happening here, right? The notification setup code should be set up first, as what we've done here. We've put it on receive, and then we are supposed to call synchronize, so that when the synchronize is finished, the notification gets called. Right, so this here is supposed to trigger this notification, and that doesn't appear to be happening. Let me try again with these breakpoints in separate on these actual lines. So this is hit, great. This is hit next. Right, but the print isn't happening. I wonder. Let me see if anyone else has this set up correctly. Like, this probably still work. It'll work for like future notifications that come through, but not this first one. And this is kind of what we're after. So it did change. I guess I could just manually just look it up. Did change external notification. Let's see if someone has already done this for SwiftUI. I just need to make sure like what I'm doing here is correct or not. Yeah, iCloud KVS observer is not working. Okay, what do we got here? Init observer self. Yeah. iCloud synchronized. This is kind of like, you know, what we're doing. I observe a change in the key value storage. That print is never executed though. Any idea why? Maybe not relevant, but if preferences is supposed to be a singleton, then the init method. Okay, this is not relevant. I believe you need to observe the default object. That's what I've done. I have the exact code, does not work for me. I never get the notification when I change any KVs. Any other way to debug this? Well, we haven't changed anything in the storage yet, so let's add a button that does that so we can mess around with it and see if any of this is triggered, right? So we open up question view. I'm gonna close this. I want to drop a button in here, so let's just throw it at the top of the screen. Yeah, let's do it. VStack. We'll put a spacer underneath it, so it's at the top, and we go button. And let's go with we'll go model.tokens equals random in, I don't know, 5 or something. Let's just set a random number. I don't know, we can do whatever. Let's do 200, just in case, because you don't want it to like hit, you know, double up, less chance of it doubling up. And then we'll just go text, not doubling up, repeating, random, yeah, random. There we go. We can set these up randomly, and when tokens is updated, we are setting it here. So hopefully we can get a notification through. Okay, so this is triggered. That's correct. Correct order. Sure, we're calling that. Let's hit random. Hey, we got a notification come through. We hit play. On appear is called as well. We don't get the print coming through. Hold up. That print, the print statement is nothing's happening for that, so we've set something up incorrectly here, that's for sure. maybe on receive is not a good way of setting this up. Maybe we need to do it this way, right? Notification center. Set. Oh, what is it again? Observe. Add observer. Add observer for name, object, queue, key path. I wonder if it's got something to do with, like, you know, having to run it on the main thread and stuff. Probably not. Add observer. Notification name. It's this thing. For name, object is this one. Queue. We'll just go main. We'll run it on the main thread. Using, and this is our notification. So this is where we'll run that code, yeah? So we'll do a print in here. We'll drop this. So this will get set up on initialize, and then let's do this up here too. So these are run one after the other. So we've got the order correct. We know the order's correct for sure now. Let's do a run and see what happens. Oh, we should probably throw that in there. What have we got? Storage. Still hasn't run. Interesting. Maybe it's a sim issue. I can't test it on my phone. I've got to get my iPad. My phone's plugged in. Okay, I got this. I need a USB-C cable. I'll run this thing on the iPad and see if we hit those breakpoints or not. You will not see it, but I'll let you know. Oh, it could also be that I'm not logged into iCloud on the sim anymore. Like every day it logs you back out. You probably have to be logged into iCloud in order to get those notifications. You know what? I think that might be it. And if that's the case, I'm gonna go back and leave an answer on this. Okay, what do we got here? Nothing. It did not stop. Oh, come on. The button is in a bad spot. Here we go. Come on, random. No. Nothing. Nothing on the device. It's not hitting that notification. Was posting that. Maybe there's something else we need to do. Ubiquitous key value storage did change. That gets called here with the selector. What if we just copy this? Right? Hear me out. What's it calling? Ubiquitous key value did change. Oh, there's the call site. Let's just throw that in there and see what happens. Human of selector is not expected objective C. Add objective C to expose instance. It's not a class, so we can't do it. Oh man. All right. I mean, like, this is the way to do it. Then this is how it's got to be done. So it's correct, right? We got it in the correct order. We set up the notification. We call the synchronize thing. I got that spelled correctly. Yeah. When it pops in, we get user info, reason for change. Possible color index. So we can pull the information from here, which is great. Yeah, this is everything we need. Like Swift debug print. Oh, this is frustrating. This is frustrating. So it's not working on the iPad. I'm not getting a notification for this setup, and not getting it when it launches, or when I hit the randomize button. I'm not getting anything. Okay. All right. Let's go back to what do we got here? Oh my. Hang on. My mouse just disappeared and went to the iPad. Hang on. I'm trying to get down here. This is annoying. All right, so we got to open up. So it looks like we haven't got an answer. So that's not working. What else we got here? Synchronizing. Where is that? Dollar value. iCloud key value store with 20. This one's from 2021. That's recent enough, I guess. Let's have a look. Cool. Key value store. Yep. We're writing data to key value store. Yes. A maximum overall key value store size 1 megabyte. Yeah, we read all that. Reading data from iCloud key value store. That's fine. We need. Gosh, this is terrible. Why put it on this website? There's like no syntax highlighting. Responding to data changes from the cloud. Add observer self. NS ubiquitous key storage value did change externally notification. That is the one we're using. Blah, blah, blah. Yeah, they basically just copied Apple's docs. It must be like, I guess people assume it's so straightforward. You just follow the documentation. Implementing key value storage, Swift. What do we got here? And we got this light mode thing because I'm not logged in. I should probably log in. Yeah, let's log in. It's blinding me. What do we got? Cool. Okay. Oh, this is easier. I wonder if we need to specify this. Use default container, custom, key value store. I need to write entitlement here, which is accessible by the .entitlement file. My code is meant to be in the app delegate and not in the view controller. Or okay, wondering. The solution I found was to use the default container and not the specified container for iCloud. I'm not sure what the real difference between the two is, but changing this worked for me. I think the answer to this is that when you go with specified, you probably have to also type that into your code, because if you go specified, you could have multiple containers here, and so you would need to put you would need to say I want iCloud.com for this app, and then I want iCloud.com for a different app. Like if you had multiple apps that had shared key value storage, or you want to like pick values from different apps that you've built. So we've got what do we got? Also, I'm not sure if this helps solve getting iCloud key value data to store, but I'll put the code into the app delegate instead of the view controller. Don't think that would make a difference. It does have me intrigued though, like maybe we move this out of the solver app and move it to inside the question view. That's a bit silly though, isn't it? Is it silly on appear? Let's run it. Let's see what happens anyway. We got nothing? Nothing. Nothing pops up. Nothing changes. Alright, what if we try going down here and we set it to CloudKit? And then we add a new one and we'll call this, what is it? iCloud. And what do we call this app again? We changed the name of it, didn't we? Cryptic Wombat. Cryptic Wombat. And this will do a couple of little bit of magic in the background, I'm sure. That should go white in a second. Come on. Do your thing. Do a refresh. Oh, there we go. All right, let's do a build and see if that is what solves it. It's funny because you think we would have got a crash or error when we did the first initial check. I don't see anything in there. Still not working. CloudKit console, let's see if we have, I'll just move it aside. I don't know if there's got anything private in there yet, so let's just move it off to the side. I'll go CloudKit database and see if there's anything in there for that app. Records. Wrong app. Cryptic Wombat. Error loading container details. Well, I'm not storing any core data in there, so I don't think... I think this is for core data stuff, right? Or documents. Record types. Nope. Indexes. Tokens and keys. Sharing fallback. Records. Zones. Nope. If I go to another app, though... we have a zone. So this is what another app looks like, and this is all core data stuff. Yeah, I don't think that's useful. I don't think we need to have that checked. And I'm pretty sure in the example app, it's not checked in the example app either. What do we got down here? Anything? Key value storage? Yeah, we don't need to worry about any of that. Preferences in cloud. Is this something we need to do? Do I have an entitlements file that got added? Is this it? Keychain access groups. Great. iCloud. Yeah, it's in here. iCloud container identifiers. Has this got any? None. iCloud services. None. Clear key value store. And there it is there. T-mode for prefix. CF bundle identifier. So this is all correct. Oh, wow. Okay. App delegate. Nope. We need the KVS stuff. All right. Damn. I'll be back in a second. Just give me a couple of minutes. I just gotta go get a snack. Pretty hungry, so I'll be back. got a banana. Okay, just got some water. Alright, let's take a look at this article and see if this helps us. Maybe we don't do it through CloudKit. I can't get it to work, so... What do we got? Oh, this is a old article, but that's okay. It probably still works. So what we got here: to begin, open range product Swift and new state variable call. New product defined is created, then modify the product. Damn, this is old. Don't forget to replace the value. I have helper, deliver purchase, notification for identify. Yeah. Master controller. Where's the storage, right? You want to be able to store this somewhere. I don't want to use. God damn, we're using these defaults. And if so, always marks it as available for purchase. Great, where to go from here? Oh man, this was not helpful. Okay. What else we got? The definitive guide. I'm sure it is. Let's find it. Okay, Ivan, what do you got for me? Delegate, observer. Oh my gosh. Well, what about latency? Toolkit objects in detail. Great work when using mock objects, mock data when you work on. So we're using revenue cat. So we're kind of avoiding all this SK stuff, toolkit stuff. Examples? No, sorry, Ivan, the author of that article. It's not useful to me. What about this Medium article? Okay, Mr. Kumar, what have you got for me? iTunes Connect setup. Yeah, we know all that. Use the code. We got use defaults in here again, because if he does store. Oh no. Do a purchase. Are these just getting saved to like memory? I really want to synchronize these. What is going on? Okay, excuse me. Sorry for that. I gotta stop muting when I do that. Okay, we got. I'm gonna ask for some help on Twitter and see if. Here we go. Let's just share this link to the stream and see. I haven't got very many followers on Twitter anymore. I used to have like 3,000 I think, and you know, getting help now is impossible. Promoting my apps is impossible because I've only got like, because I didn't delete my account, I've got 20 followers on Twitter. And it's really tricky to build unless you're like, you know, posting feel good tweets or threads about stories of how to get ahead in life or something. That's the only way you can really get followers on Twitter these days, it seems. And it's harder for me to get followers because all I do is complain. Complain about Apple and stuff, and other devs don't want to hear that. Okay. Gosh, let's see if I get anything out of this. Let's do a little... Oh no, it's fine. Should have put some hashtags in there. Sorry, you can't see what I'm doing. I'll be back over onto the other stream in a second. Let's see if that gets any responses. Alright, back to it. So, yeah, this isn't working for us at all. And you know what? Let's see if we can run this on... Why have we got... Okay, let's run this on an iOS... iPhone 11 or whatever. Let's see if we can get these notifications to trigger. Oh, you can't see what I'm doing. So what I've done is I'm running the sample app on a simulator, and we're going to see how we go. I've set a breakpoint here for when the notification gets called, and if this works, I am going to be at a complete loss. Did we get a stop already? No. Oh, the app's still running. I guess it doesn't work on their sample app either. Interesting. Okay, so if we change this, do we get a notification? Go done. Hello? No notification. Maybe we don't because there's nothing stored there. Maybe if we try again. Done. Red. Why is it green selected? If we go yellow, done. Yellow selected, but now white selected. Ooh, this is bad. The sample app is broken too. What's this? This isn't good. The sample app doesn't work either. This is sort of like the portion of the stream where you kind of want to remove it when it goes live, when you get the final video at the end. This is terrible. This app does not work. You select white and you go done. It's white, but it jumps back to the previous one that's already been stored, which is what was in which is what would be in iCloud. Nope. Error synchronizing with cloud for store. Yeah, error synchronized. No account. That can't be why though. Why the selection screen fails. Prefacing cloud connection, error synchronizing with cloud for store. Yeah, so there's no account. The reason why there's no account is because we haven't signed in with one on iCloud. So I guess maybe we can give that a go, right? So if we sign into here, let me do this off screen. I think I need to grab my keychain. Because I don't know the password to this account. The sandbox account. Something Stone is another app I've been working on. Come on, let me paste this in here. Let me paste. Yeah, that's right. This doesn't let you paste, but the other... Frustrating. I need to change this password to something a little easier to remember. Next. Oh yeah. What do we got? Tester. That's correct. Are we not? No, it's working. Signing into iCloud. Let's do a merge. Once we've signed in, this might work. Let's do a reload. So we get an error. No errors yet. Alright, let's pop this open. Nothing yet. Get green, done. Red is selected, but we are we getting any notifications here? Oh, I thought that was a dead pixel. No notifications. And it says it's going to affect the Mac app, so I guess we can run that and see what happens. Team, yeah, let's do that. Might as well create another app. Oh, come on. Alright, so we're gonna get this running on Mac, and then hopefully... Here we go. So this isn't even synced correctly, right? If I go green... This isn't working. Like, Apple's own code is broken. I'm gonna try another Google search. KVS notifications, SwiftUI not working. We need remote push notifications. Why my notification not working? SwiftUI. So these are iCloud sync is in progress. Using key value observing in Swift. Key value observe. Why is my iCloud KVS observer not working? This is gonna be one of those freaking You know those websites that copy like basically scrape Stack Overflow? Yeah, it was. Alright. Oh, let's try this one. We've got call kit stuff. They're having problems with notifications not coming through. Find there's yellow warning. The problem is the method is completely documented. It returns an object of type for observation which represents. Wow, I thought we're just going to be able to breeze through this. Like we just set up the key value store, we do a couple of things, and it's just going to work. It doesn't even work on Apple's own sample app. Like this API is broken. Like nothing. Not even getting notifications through here either. Oh man. Like I know it's not super real time, it's not meant to be, but like things aren't even getting stored. I don't think things are even getting stored, are they? So if I go back to our app, let's just I can get rid of this crap. If I go back to our app, okay, let's say we can't get like real-time updates, notifications, and all that sort of stuff, right? So let's say we just want to fetch what is stored there. So maybe we go to here, we go, oh no, on appear. Oh no. Let's do it up here when the app launches. Yeah, let's clean this up a bit. We go back into here because we had this on appear nonsense in there. So let's get rid of that. Jump back to the where is it? The app. So this is set up correctly as far as we know. In here you're supposed to get a notification. When you get that, you do a fetch. Instead, I'm going to do it here and see if we get anything out of it. And so let's just follow the instructions here. So we've got reason for change, possible color index from iCloud. Yeah, so we weren't getting notifications so the values were not getting set, and I had a breakpoint up here to make that work, and just nothing was happening. So what we need to do is just sort of like copy this, replace selected color with a value from the cloud, but only if it is a value we know how to interpret. It is important to validate any value that comes through the cloud because it could have been generated by a different version of your app. Yes, good point. Let's throw this in here. That possible color value. So we need possible tokens. We go key value store, default long key for whatever this thing is, which is a view model dot token storage key. Cool. And then in here we go, yeah, if let valid tokens, and this needs to be int possible tokens. What does it return if it's no good? Model view model tokens. I guess you don't want it to write to the store every time. Like you'll pull the new value or write to the store, you get a notification, it'll come back. And yeah, maybe we don't want that. Maybe we don't want it to automatically update. Valid tokens. So this is in 64. It returns. So does this mean if a key or 0 if the key was not found? Long value associated with a specified key, or 0 if the key was not found. If the key exists but does not contain a numerical value, this method returns 0. It's kind of annoying, right? It should be an optional. What do we got? Not int. Yeah. Oops. That works. We need to pick a device to run this on. iPhone 14 Pro, like we were before. Move this up to the side so we can see the sim. Let's do another refresh and see what we get out of this. We hit the breakpoint. We run possible tokens. Anything stored there? There is a 1 stored there. Excellent. So what happens if we... Oh yeah, there's a 1 there. Great. If we do a random, we get 47. That should save it. Let's run. Again, we should have 47 when we reload. Let's do that again. Let's reload again. See the breakpoint. Possible tokens. Do we have 47? Yes. Okay, so it's getting stored in the cloud. We're just not getting notified when it changes. And you know what? We probably don't really care. Because if we get notified when it changes, we'll set the tokens. And then when the tokens are set, it's going to trigger another notification, right? So we don't want this like infinite loop of these notifications where it's resetting itself over and over again. To avoid that, we would have two separate, well, we'd have a different functionality. Like when it comes into here, we would set the view to display a certain amount, and we won't set what the actual tokens are. We'll just use whatever that value is to set it to the view. Okay, so we're not going to deal with notifications for this, and that's probably fine. I don't think people are going to have two apps open at once. And if they see that their tokens are wrong or missing, they see that they're wrong or missing, you can do a the store should only be set. The store should only be set when things are spent or when they're purchased, not when the tokens is updated. Everything else we do, we read from the storage. I think I got it. Let me. I just want to check on. See how my print is doing. Oh no, I think I'm a little bit. I think I messed up on my print. Give me 1 sec. Oh no. Yeah, print is broken because I've got supports in. It's basically like a bolt and a nut, and then there's supports. The nut is really long, and there's supports all the way through it. That might be impossible for me to clean up. I might have to reprint it. That's unfortunate. I printed it vertically, so there wouldn't be a need for supports. It doesn't matter. Anyway, that's off topic for this. Okay, so we're gonna get the logic right for this. Let's remove this crap. We're not gonna deal with notifications. I think anything we do now is gonna be better than what we have. Right, and it's going to be way more reliable. So let's go with that. So when the app loads, we're going to set the tokens to whatever's in the storage. That's going to be our source of truth. Yes, not the app and not the keychain, but we will set it in the keychain as well. We don't want to do this. We want to set up view model tokens is that. Yep, and we're going view model dot keychain We need to use the keychain because the app is already out on the store with keychain stuff in it. So unfortunately, that's just the way it is. Possible tokens. Oh, let's fix this. Or we can't, because if this come back 0, so the source of truth is always going to be the keychain, isn't it? It's going to start out as that. How do I migrate away from this crap? Yeah, this is a pickle. We don't care about the data anymore. Or we need to, damn it, because the app is already out. Yeah, so what we can do here is if the keychain has stuff in it, we're going to use that, and then we're going to stop using it. So if viewModel.keychain, this will be the way to go. So when we launch, we need to go keychain. So initializer we use this, and then this pulls out the data. Let's move this over here. So on up here, when this gets pulled in, on the very first initial launch ever, we'll have 0. Yeah, this is tricky to wrap my head around. So we need to remove this. We can remove all this. This will go into the view model. Yeah. Oh goodness. All right. Let's make this happen. So, the keychain. The data, guardlet data. If it doesn't exist, we set the tokens to 3, and then we save that. NS ubiquitous key value store default. Wait. Default set. Do we have a long? No, set value. Yeah, set value self dot tokens for key view model dot token storage key. So this is the initial setup. We give them 3 tokens to start with. And then they got to buy more. Yeah. And then if we get down to here and we found data in the storage, then that means they've already opened up the app once before. And what we want to do is set we might have to set another. How do we stop the keychain from being used on future versions of the app, right? So if this comes back, I think we need, okay, let's break this down a little bit better. So what we need to do is if keychain is empty and key value store is 0, then it's probably a good indicator that the app is fresh and a new user, correct? KVS is 0 and the keychain is empty. It doesn't have a value set in there. it's a new user. So if in that case, what we want to do is use KVS only. Yes, and then keychain, and then we go if keychain is empty, but see the KVS can still be 0 if the user has spent everything. This is tough. I need to get away from. Maybe I need to put the app on pause, like remove from sale. And then just do away with the... Yeah, let's remove from sale. I wish I had some analytics so I knew if people were downloading this thing. Damn, I'm super... oh, we can check. We can check if there's any been any purchases, right? So if someone's made a purchase... I'm just checking now. No one has made a purchase. Let's go projects. What we got? General charts. No overview, I guess. I'm just looking at this on another screen. Active users. New customers. We need MRR. No. Filter by project. Cryptic crossword server. There we go. 14 active users. People have downloaded the app. Damn it. Oh, damn it. Okay. Okay. So if people have downloaded the app, that's no good. Got it. I think I got the logic now. If keychain has a value, set that to the KVS. No, I don't got it. I'm just going to remove from sale. That's fine. Pricing availability. Let's just get rid of it, and then just hard limit this thing. So let's make this app available. Yeah, whatever. Remove from sale. Yeah, unfortunately, that's kind of the way we have to do this, because I don't think I can think of a reliable way without making this too messy. So I want to get rid of the keychain crap. We want to use the key value store. So that's gone. Yeah. Although we can use it to determine if they've launched the app. Can't we? No, let's put it back. I'm all over the place with this. Add it back to sale. Come on, can I do it? Are you gonna let me put it back up for sale or no? It's not letting me save. Oh, got it. Yeah, just doing this all off screen, putting the app back up for sale because I've got a new idea. I'm gonna try to make this work. Yeah. So the plan, if the keychain has a value, set that to the KVS. Set the keychain to nil. Oh, it's much more quieter now. That's great. Set the keychain to nil, like remove the value altogether. And then we can check. I think that's all we need to do, really, right? I think that's the logic. Let me see if my print worked out. All right, we need to wait for it to cool down. Yeah, so let's see if there's data. Yeah, look, keychain data equals keychain storage. If like keychain data, here we set it to the store, and I say we probably just return at this point, right? Yeah, if this exists, we grab the string value. Let string value is keychain data encoding UTF-8, and then we go, where is it? Let integer equals int string value. Or we set it to 3. So something's there, right? But it's broken. We set it to 3. Let's do another if statement again. Grab the string value, and then we put in, we grab the integer from that, and then we can set it here. Else, this means the app is running for the first time, and we can just use the key value store immediately. And I think we can set it to 3, maybe. We need to check to see if the store has anything first. Yeah. Before setting the default. All right. What do we got here? So keychain data, if there's data stored, we try and extract it and all that. If that fails, let's do this as well. Let's do let integer. Because then that's going to cover everything, right? And then we can pass that through, set it as here. And then when we do that, we need to set the keychain data to nil. Keychain view model, keychain remove. So remove all. Oh, it's not worth a try. All right, let's not do that then. Let's do remove. Remove key view model dot token storage key. Can throw, not marked with try. Let's just do a little question mark there. See if that works out for us. I think we'll be okay. Although if it fails, maybe we need to... We'll just go with this. Will we? How do we set, so we get it. When we make a purchase, oh yeah, we removed all that code from the tokens thing. Okay. Excuse me. Oh look, we're just gonna have to try and rely on this actually working, right? So otherwise, what we'll do is, so this will be nil after the first launch, and then always it'll run in here. We can't always set the value to 3 though. We need to do, yes, we need to do a check first. Let KVS value equal, where we got NS ubiquitous value store, default long for key, view model, token storage key. Annoyingly, this is going to be 0 if it's value for key. Yes, this will work. View model dot token storage key. So if is not equal to nil, we'll grab it and we'll set it. Else, no, if it is equal to nil, we'll set a new value. So what we're doing is we're trying to detect if this is the first launch of the app in a roundabout way, because I've stuffed up on the previous upload, right? So what we're doing here is if NS ubiquitous key value store default value for key. So if the token is set to nil, we'll set an initial value of 3. And the reason for that is because we want users to be able to use the app, you know, like on a trial sort of situation. The next section here is we've got, if it's not, if it does exist, we need to set self.tokens, and then down here we'll do the same, right? Self.tokens equals 3. Right, it's the same value. So this is what, you know, we can do a static let, and up here maybe have like static let default tokens 3, or initial tokens. Initial tokens, and we can just chuck that down here. And then we do the same here. Just to keep it a little bit clean. I know it's longer, but then there's only one spot we need to change the value. Okay, so then self.tokens is whatever's going to be stored here, and that could be a 0. So ns ubiquitous key value store dot default dot long for key view model tokens storage key, and then here we just set it as an int, and that's it. So basically this is the flow, right? So if the keychain data exists, it means someone's already downloaded the app previously, the version that is using the keychain store. And then so what we want to do is we want to grab that integer, set it to the current storage, and at the same time we want to set it to the app's setup. Grab that from the app, and then we want to remove it completely from the keychain because we don't want to deal with it anymore. We want to set the keychain to nil, and then that means on subsequent launches it'll come into this else statement. Or if they newly downloaded the app, they're a new user, they will not have keychain, and it'll jump into this else statement anyway. So if keychain has value, set that to the KVS, and set the keychain to nil. Great. If the store, I might need to write myself some notes. First version of the app used keychain. This code is a way to remove it. And switch to KVS. Right, now in the else statement, we've got, we check to see if the value exists. And we have to do it this way, see if it's nil, because long it will return 0 even if it's nil. So we need to check the value for nil. If it's nil and we're in this section, that means this code has never been run, which means they've never had a keychain information, they've never installed the app. And if they've never installed the app, all we do is we initialize the storage with 3 tokens that they can have for free. And then we set those tokens to the initial 3 tokens. If, on the other hand, there is a value here, which could be 0 or 100 or whatever the tokens they've purchased, if that exists, we'll just set the tokens up by pulling that out of the storage. And I think this is all we need to do. And then we can delete this. Yes, I think we can delete that. And I think this is it. And because we don't need to worry about syncing, we're not worrying about like the notification that comes through on the KVS updates on iCloud. Only because it's not working anyway. Even Apple's sample app doesn't work. But I think the most likely scenario is people aren't going to have their iPad and iPhone open next to each other. They're not going to do a purchase of tokens on one and then expect the tokens on the iPad to update immediately. If it doesn't, they'll close the app, reopen it, and then it will fetch the new stuff, hopefully. Should I test it? No, I can't be bothered. All right. Okay, so I think for the most part, if I do a little run through of this, we should get, what do we got? What's wrong here? Set value for undefined key. What do we got? This class is not key value coding compliant for cryptic crossword, key cryptic crossword. What have I done? Which files have I got this in? No, this is correct. Set value integer. I think this is the problem. So that's good. We jumped into this, so because there's a keychain thing stored there. NSU ubiquitous value store. Let's see how it does it in the sample app. There's going to be a setting somewhere. This is where you fetch it. 20% remaining battery is on my phone. I've got it plugged in. That's right. I'll have to. Let's fix this up. The camera will probably drop out for a second, but I think I need more juice. The USB hub I've got doesn't appear to be. Oh no, we're on charge now. We'll see. I'm hoping the Mac is a little bit better. Come on. Hang on, everyone. Let me fix this. Caused the siren on this thing to go off earlier today. Trying to set this thing up. Okay. Yeah, cool. All right, let's move this microphone a little bit. Yeah, definitely like a wider field of view than the other camera I had. I kind of like this setup. All right. Right. Where were we? So I'm just looking through Apple's sample code. Even though we know it doesn't work, I'm going to go back and take a look and see if I can work out how they are setting this value. Okay. README. So what have we got here? Notification comes through. Default set new value. There we go. For the key, background color key. So the new value is an integer, and it says we can do this, and that's exactly what I'm doing here. But it's, I think, is it failing here? I'm guessing it is. Does it get past that? No, and we get a crash. This class is not key value coding compliant for the key cryptic crossword. Doesn't generally, when you get that error, it's like in reference to the fact that the type that you're trying to set, it can't accept that type. When it finds no property. When it finds no property for a given key. What do we got over here? For key. Sets the property of the receiver specified by given key to a given value. Great. The key path. Given key to key buffer. Set value for undefined key. When it finds no property for a given key. This doesn't seem right. Well, let's see what happens. We're still getting... Nope, wrong one. Let's set it on this. Let's see if it gets past. This doesn't make any sense to me. We're still getting crash. This class is not for the key cryptic crossword. Could the key be wrong? What key we got this? Background color. It's a string. I guess I gotta Google this. Let's figure this out. Let's open up. Just get Google. Or just open this up. So whenever you get the error, yeah, you should first and foremost think if you recently changed something that has a connection to the main storyboard. Oh, whatever. How to fix unknown key exception. That's not what we're after. Oh, that is kind of, yeah, okay. That is correct. Unknown key exception. You can see that there. I'm trying to link UI label. This is outlet stuff. You may have bad connection with zip. Fine. View controller may have the wrong class in your zip. Could it be because I'm not calling NS ubiquitous? Like maybe I have to call synchronize first? No. I can read values okay. I just can't set them. Hold up. If I undo all this, hopefully I don't type anything and ruin it. Let's commit the code first before we do that, because I just know what's going to happen. I'll be very, very upset. So let's go to our tower thing, stage all, KBS installation. Let's just go with that. I will push that. Now let's do some undos and see what where I went wrong, because we had the key value storage working before when it was placed inside the set on tokens. So let's just go all the way back. You can see here tokens, keychain data. We got it in here. Come on. There it is. Set new value for key. Cryptic crossword, token storage key. This was correct. This works, but it fails on the initializer. The static lets are not initialized. Probably not initialized at that point. Am I right in saying that? Would that be correct? Because of the they should be though, right? We should have access to this. Yeah, we do, because it's even saying that we don't have it. For some reason, I can't do that unless... So interesting that this isn't working, but it was before. Thing is, it was working before when I had everything set up in here too. Like I had the correct notifications and stuff. That's not a requirement though, surely. Surely that's not a requirement. Oh, I've got to remove some notifications here. Yes, my build failed, that's fine. We get a crash again, so it's obviously not this. I'm not setting undefined key, am I? Did I mess that up again? Set value for key. Set value. Initial tokens for key. We've got an integer up here. Initial tokens 3. That's an integer. Interesting. Yeah, just keep rerunning. It'll work eventually, right? Key value coding compliant. This class. What class though? Let's try another little Google search. It feels like this is gonna be one of those bugs that are just like a spelling thing or something that I've done wrong. Okay, we got the Apple developer site. Surely there'll be a good answer here. Key store value for key. Great. Throws an exception. This class not it. So this is someone trying to read the value. I'm trying to set the value. What about default? I've got the default in there. Object for key, long string for key. That's it. Okay, nothing too useful. Let me double check to make sure I've got the default set up there. I'm pretty sure I do. Default, set value integer. I guess like maybe we have a quick look to see what's in that value, right? Maybe the value is like broken. That's 47. It's fine. You get a description of it? No. Oh, there's a Stack Overflow one too. So no, that's the storyboard thing. Let's do this answer. What is the back key? Look up what makes it a valid key. See where they conflict. For reals? Sorry, just undoing everything to see what I did, if I did anything wrong in particular up here. So we've got the tokens. Set. It is different. Okay, that's my issue. I'm saying set value instead of set. Set value. Okay, let's. I think I know what the problem is, and I'll explain it. Yeah, there's definitely confusion here. So if we open up NS Ubiquitous Key Value Store, it is an NS object, right? And I believe NS objects have a. Oh, how do we get there? Oop, cancel. We don't want that. I think NS objects have a function on all of them, which is set value. Let me take a look at this. Can we jump to definition? These are the extensions. Hash. Have we got set value on here? Nope. Could not. Maybe it's not in this file. Does it go back as far as? Come on. I want to be right here. It's the protocol. Set value doesn't exist here. Come on. Where's the NS object set value? Let's look it up. NS object set value. Instance method, and this is on key value coding NS object. Yeah, okay. And the NS Ubiquitous Key Value Store does not implement that properly. You need to use set. You can't use set value. So that's the confusion. So I feel like Apple could have improved documentation just a little bit, only for this. So like if we go back, I'm sure if I look this up, so we've got key. Okay, set the property of the receiver, specify a given key, given name. This doesn't seem to have any reference to NS Ubiquitous Key Value Store. It'd be kind of cool if it was like set integer, set string or something like that. But anyway, doesn't matter. I think we've got it. If I just change this to set, we almost get the same summary. Sets an object for the specified key in the key value store. If the type of an object is not one of the property list types, this method does not set it in the key value store. Instead, it logs the error and silently ignores the object. Oh, hiccups. Instead, what has happened is we've got we were using a different set value, and the function is completely different, and we're getting a crash because of it. At least this kind of ignores the problem if there is a problem. So what we need to do now is just change these to set, and I think we're good to go. All this code is kind of unnecessary. We really only wanted to be able to use kind of this. Not even that, like this would have been great. This is what we should have used originally. But because we used the keychain and the app is already published on the store now, unfortunately we have to do a little bit of wrangling to remove the use of the keychain and all that sort of stuff. So we have our 47 tokens. If I hit random, we get that set. Let's do a refresh shortly after, and hoping we get, oh, what have we got here? This is good. Value for undefined key. Okay, so we can't use, okay, this is interesting. So this means we are jumping into another, so when we just ran it before, we were getting this because we had keychain information. Now we've removed the keychain information, we set the tokens. We should be in this else statement somewhere now on this load. This set, this value for key, this is, I think this is it. that's causing problems. I want to see if it's nil though, because if you pull out, like if you go long, it's going to return a 0, and I need to know if it's nil, right? I wish this was an optional, because if it was nil, that means I know it hasn't been set yet. And I use that up here. Like if it is nil, we're going to set up the user with 3 tokens for free, right? If the storage is nil, we set them up for free. And then we set them there as initial tokens. I think this check is what's causing the crash, and I think this is because this is another function on NS objects. Yes. And if we open up the documentation for this long is a function on NS ubiquitous key value storage. So we need to find one on NS ubiquitous key value storage store that that we can use to check for nil, right? So if I open this up, scroll down, and we've got getting values. Okay, so if we go, maybe we can try and treat it as a string, treat it as an object. We can say object for key, because that returns an optional. Long, yeah, that will return 0. So I guess we can check for we need to do some setting here, testing here, don't we? We got remove object, dictionary representation. No. That's interesting though. That's a property. So if we go back, string, I would think a number could be returned as a string, correct? I'm almost tempted to store it as a string instead of a number, just so that we have that ability to get an optional back, and then I can convert it to a number, right? It's a little bit more risky, and I'm sure what Apple's doing behind the scenes is probably freaking the same thing anyway. That's our fallback, right? If we do some testing, we find it doesn't work, we'll do this as a fallback. So what I'm going to do is grab string for key, and if it's nil, let's test this out. It should not be, because we've just set a value, so we should get a breakpoint in here. That's where we should see it. Excellent. What can we do to test this? To test this part, we need to go for a new sim, I think. So let's just go, I got an iPad mini, let's try that. We can test this out in the simulator, and we should see it reach this breakpoint if this works. Hopefully. Okay, it's set there, so this failed. If we hit play, cool. We set 3 initially. Let's do a run again, and it hits the next one. So we can check for string for key. Okay, it works. That's great. I think we're finished with syncing this to the iCloud storage using the key value stuff. I don't think people are going to have issues with losing their tokens anymore. Yeah, so this is like over the top, just because I won't blame anyone else. I'll say that I was stupid in setting this up for the keychain, thinking it would sync across devices and stuff and be reliable, but I was playing with it last night. I actually made a purchase on the app, and all the tokens disappeared. So a few times using the keychain. So we need to get this fixed, because the app is on the store now, unfortunately. So we will go with we got to remove that random button. I don't think that's good to leave there. So where is it? Let's delete that. So that was just for testing purposes. Cool. And then we will need to save new tokens when, yes. So when a purchase is made, we need to update the tokens as well. Where are we going? Where are we going? What have we got? Oh, I'm already there. View model. Okay. So when we make a, where are we down? This is submitting. So this is the API for the OpenAI stuff. Oh, we need to go to the purchases screen. That's it. Purchases view. So it's all going to be found in here. Once we've made a purchases, we get the offerings. Yeah, that's great. Up here, we've got the button purchases, shared purchases. Let's just move this across so we can see. I'll move this back over so you can see what's going on. This is where a purchase is made. We set the tokens. I'm not well. If it fails, we give them some free tokens. I think that was the mindset yesterday when we were building this. I also need to do a little bit more testing with this. When you test in the simulator, you get the purchase come through immediately. But on the real device, it takes a couple of seconds, and the interactions are a little bit weird. Like I think I need to throw up a loading screen that sort of blocks the user inputs for a bit, because I did find that if I dismiss the screen before the actual purchase finished, that's probably why the tokens weren't getting set actually. Yeah. So model.tokens, we set this based on the numbers the person purchased. Let's see, because we did change settings on this. So if I do a quick purchase here, let's see if we can get 50 of these things set. If not, I'll need to change the code. 50, excellent. So the way I'm doing this is I've got a product ID, and I prefix the product ID with a number plus underscore tokens, and we just trim all the characters except for the digits. So we've got this trimming characters, which trimming will remove characters from the start or end of a string. It doesn't remove like stuff from the inside. It won't filter out characters from the middle of a string, but it will trim them. And we've got decimal digits because that's all we care about. And if you have this inverted missing, it's going to remove the numbers. But if we go inverted, it will remove everything else except for the numbers. And you can do inverted on like all these other character types. So you can go like alpha, numerics. You can go, geez, you can just do white space. And so you can remove all white space from something, or you can only have the white space remain. So if my little formatting thing here fails, I'm going to give them the maximum amount. Like if they make a purchase of 50 and it fails to extract because I've done something wrong with the product IDs, I'll give them whatever, I'll give them 300 instead of 700. Actually 200 is probably going to be the maximum, because once Apple releases the ability to pay 10 cents at a time, I'll have those here as purchases. And of course, I think other stuff we got on today is I need to spice this up a bit, put some funny text if I can come up with it. I also want to put some history above so that this is scrollable. I'll shrink this guy down on iPad. Yeah, iPad layout fixes. So I think we might just go with like there we go. Something maybe like this, but push the character off to the side and then have the text in the left panel there or something. I don't know. It works fine, I guess, on iPad. We'll see how we go. The other thing is I might play around with trying to do a Mac version. All the code is ready to go. It's just that in some areas we are using UI color, and that's not available on Mac, so we might have to switch those out. I wonder if you can use SpriteKit colors. Like if color has a SpriteKit color, because SpriteKit is universal. The only reason why I'm using UI colors is because I want to get that system background color. And what I can do to avoid that is to just create an extension on color and then just map them manually anyway. The system background isn't available on macOS anyway. It's called something else, I think. We could. I wonder if you can go like primary and then select invert, and that will give us the opposites. Because the reason why I'm using system backgrounds, because I want, if it's light mode, I want white. If it's dark mode, I want black. But the primary color, which color gives you, right? That's black on light and white on dark mode. So it's opposite. But if we go like color invert, maybe we'll get white and black opposites. So maybe I can replace, you know, instead of just like talking about it, let's just give it a go. This is a bit of a sidetrack, right? This, I'll tell you what, this is how my day is all the time when I'm working my own apps. I'll just get distracted on I'll see something and I'll move over and start working on that, and yeah. Cannot convert value of type some view to expect. Yeah, it's a view. Color invert is a view. It returns a view. It doesn't return a color. Yeah, it returns a view. That's annoying, isn't it? But this here returns a color. Why would Apple do that? Why would Apple do that? Whatever. I don't want primary anyway. Let's just go back to where it was. We're getting distracted. I need more. I definitely need more people watching so that they can like say, wait, we're supposed to be doing this. Keep me on track. Yes, so flavor text is another thing. So I want to customize what this character's saying. CloudKit needs one more thing. So we need to do one more thing when a purchase is made. So on the purchases view, it comes through here. We set the tokens. And what we need to do is fetch the number first. And then set it, because it's possible that it's out of date. Right, like they could have had the app open for a while. They're messing around with the, you know, they're using up all their tokens. They go away for a bit. The app's still open. They open up their iPad. They do a purchase on their iPad. Their new tokens get synced up to the cloud, and then they come back to their phone and they've got 0 still. You know, they haven't closed the app, they haven't restarted it, hasn't had a chance to update the key storage. And then they go, all right, we'll buy some more tokens. And then they've bought some on their iPad, they bought some on their iPhone, and then they don't sync up. So we need to do a fetch first. And then we add the new ones. Yeah. We don't have to worry about any keychain stuff here, because at this point it's all been taken care of and cleaned up, right? Ubiquitous. I saw default long for key. And this will be on view model again. I should probably move this to another file to clean things up a bit, but I'm not too fussed with it. And of course, look, we know this will return 0. I guess the one benefit is we don't need to wrap this, even though I really prefer if it was an optional. So tokens, and then we go new. We go, what do? We want to add them together, right? So we'll just go sum, and we go numbers. We got string numbers, and of course we have our default here, just in case we cannot extract an integer from the string. This shouldn't happen, but it's there anyway, just in case. I want people to make purchases and then not get what they paid for. So then we go plus tokens. So this will add whatever's on the storage to what the amount they've just purchased. And then what we need to do is we go ns ubiquitous key value store default set, not set value, set sum for key view model dot token storage key. And then we say model.tokens equals sum. And that's it. All done. We can bookend this whole thing. I can cross off my list. The KVS CloudKit stuff is finished. We got int and int64. Yeah. So we just have to wrap that. And that will work. And that is it. I do want to, like I said before, I want to try to enhance. I cross one thing off the list, I've got to add another thing. That's how it is. Improve purchase experience, because it needs to have a loading thing, because it just so what happens is you make the purchase, right? You go confirm, and then the confirm dialog box and everything disappears, and then you just got nothing. You go wait, maybe up to 10 seconds, and then you get your tokens. So I want to show like something is happening, right? Purchase experience with loading animation. Cool. What time? It's midday for me, and I've been doing this since 8:15. Oh gosh, where are we at? Yeah, almost 4 hours. I really don't want to be here for another 4 hours. I want to get this done and uploaded. I think the purchase experience I can probably submit another version of the app without that being updated. iPad layout can probably be on the next version as well. Mac version, let's not do that today. Session history, yeah, let's do session history, and we'll do the flavor text as well, and then I'm just going to do another upload. I might need to fix up this screen. So Apple approved this, and I swear that you're supposed to put like legal text and stuff down here, but maybe if it's an in-app consumable, you don't really need to, because like refunds aren't really a thing. Restore purchases also aren't a thing if you don't have like subscriptions. So if that, and Apple's usually pretty picky about this particular page, so I'm going to go ahead and just leave it as is and see if it gets approved again. We did go through and make changes to the pricing to make it a little bit more realistic. Another note is I want to build an instruction screen. So how to do the correct prompts, right? So I might even make a video. I could make a video and link to it in the app too. I don't know. We'll do a little question mark up here. Pops up. It'll pop up just a modal, and it will just have some text, maybe some screenshots in there, and just the various things you do. Because last night when I was experimenting with it, I did come up with some other ways you can make the prompts better, so it'll give you better answers, so it's not totally trash. Right, the idea of the app is that it is trash, but I don't want to be. I worked out a way to make it not so bad. So yeah, so instruction screen. So we have knocked off one thing on the list, and we've added two more. I guess realistically we've knocked off 4 things, because I'm not going to do the layout fixes or anything today. So all we've got is personality text, flavor text, and then we've got our session history, and then we've got our instructions screen. Everyone cool with that? All 3 of those, I don't think there's going to be too much useful information. It's just pretty standard stuff. I'm just going to make a SwiftUI list. I'm going to put this speech bubble into a list. There might be some little tricky stuff I'm going to have to do, because the bottom one's going to have this little arrow, which I've thrown on there. I'll show you how that worked in a little bit. And then we're going to have it so like it only goes so far, sticks to above, the head of this guy. I might want to try and, I think this guy sits on top of the text, so it'll go behind. So maybe we want to do like an offset, put like a spacer so that's pushed up above the image of the character. It might even be a case of us duplicating this image, putting another view of that inside the scroll view, so that it fits the same height and size dimensions of this, but we'll hide it. Right? It'll be hidden behind this one, and then we do a little scrolly thing, and we'll be able to still scroll behind the character and pull down and see more content above. And I think what we could also do is maybe we can put like a little gradient across the top, so that when you scroll up, it fades out. Give that a go. I want to go grab a snack though. I won't be long. I'll be like 30 seconds. Quick bathroom break and a snack, top up, and then we'll get back into it and push out these next couple of things. Like it's super important. Just get those done before we do another submission. And then I assume overnight Apple will review and approve. And then I guess the app will be done. Like it would be in a state where I can just leave it for a month, right? Right now I'm not comfortable leaving it up in the store as is, even though it was meant to be bad. All right, I'm back again. I couldn't find any food. I think my wife wants to order pizza, so I mean, I've got a piece of bread and an apricot. I'm just gonna munch on this. I'll mute. All right, let's do the history. Um, yeah, let's do that first. I think that's gonna be the biggest job. Instruction screen should be pretty quick. Same with the flavor text. It's just more strings I'm gonna put into an array for the flavor text. So, yeah, let's do that. So this is bread that I baked. The loaf ended up being really flat, but it looks pretty good. Just something I learned during lockdown. All right. Next stream, I promise I'll try and get some music and that happening in the background. But, you know, feel free to put some on yourself. Okay. All right. Yeah. All right, history. So we go back to the question screen. The question view. Get our gradient for the background. Let's do a refresh on the preview. And I'm just going to keep it in memory. I could put it on the model though. No, let's just keep it in memory on the view. And we'll call this glue history. And up here, we'll just keep, we won't need anything special for it. We're probably, I wonder if we'll need to keep track of like timestamps so I can sort them. I know, we'll see. Well, we probably don't need to, we can sort them in an array. Okay. So maybe instead of passing through the answer. Oh, okay. This is going to be good. I've got this. So we've got the character view. Let's just use the environment object. And we just go with the view model, yeah? So we already have access to this. And this gives us the answer. So when this is published, we don't need to... So where's the character view here? We've got the character view here. We've got the answer, model answer. We can actually remove this. Yeah. We can remove that. Jump back to here. And we can just go model.answer. Yeah, that'll work. And when that changes, we can... We could append it to... Oh... Where do I want to handle this? This is one of those things where it's just like either or, it doesn't really matter, right? Like I can have the history on this view. I think when it gets redrawn though, it will disappear. So maybe we just don't go with that. We'll keep this view model and we'll, yeah, all right. I have an idea. Let's do it. So we use the view model. And we have an answer here, which is the published item. I think in here we might want to just set it as a an array. And then we'll just append. We'll just append them. So where we go. Answers. Let me think. Oh, yeah, that's true. We got those little things where it's like loading and it needs to. Could that be appended? Let's just give it a go. If it doesn't work, we can always revert. What is wrong? What have we got going on? Yeah, this is having issues. So if we go for each, and we have answer. Oh, model.answer. Answers, and we will do an ID, which is come on, self. Surely. So in. Answer. Is this gonna work? Yeah, this works. And I don't want to do it on the iPad mini anymore. I'm gonna go back to the iPhone 14 Pro. Just looks a bit better. And it's easy to fit on stream. Tell me a crossword clue and I will probably give you bad answers. Test. Come on. Testing. Let me think. Maybe this, the limits. Yeah, this kind of works. This looks pretty good to me. Okay. So if I do a little bit of padding above it, right? Hang on. Oh, yeah, that was good. Instead of wasting up tokens to make that work, let's put in a couple of these. Do a refresh. Yeah, it looks pretty good. So if I go back to character view, oh no. If we go to the question view and we load this up, and then we do like a little pin, so you can do a little pin there, and then you go back to the character view, and it'll load in here. How cool! So after, yeah, so let's do a scroll view. This might break things a little bit for us because we kind of want to, like, I don't know. Let's give this a go. Yeah. Although I like that setup. No, they need to be aligned. Need to put a V stack. I gotta put a little V stack in there. Alignments. Yeah, there we go. And it looks like we've got, yeah, so we've got the problem where it's going to go behind. So in order to fix this, this also needs to be in a Z stack. and we put everything in there. Sorry about my throat today. It's a bit like not good from because of yesterday. Okay, so we got the Z stack. If we put a V stack here, I think we can get away with like dropping. So if I go spacer, we can push the character down, right? And these will go behind it. So when you scroll up, it's like, oh, that's beautiful. I love it. Excellent. And then when, you know, so it goes up and interferes with this item. So maybe we put like a little A little gradient coverage thing at the top. Maybe. This has got to go down here. I think this has got to go down here, right? This goes behind. Ooh, we can probably put it here, right? Linear gradient. Let's give this a go. Let's just go red and clear to start with. Top and bottom. That's kind of what we want. We don't want it to be interactive, right? We don't want, like, it's interfering now. I think I kind of want it so that when you tap, so at the moment we've got it set up when we tap the wombat, the keyboard dismisses. It feels like it would make sense if, like, you were to scroll, the keyboard would dismiss. Oh, it will, because we've got it on the character view. So anything you tap on in here will dismiss the keyboard. That's great. But now we've got this little problem with we can't interact with the scrolling underneath this VStack. Touches, ignores, doesn't ignore touches or anything. What if we chuck this in a, so this is all fine. What if we do an overlay on the scroll view? Is that dumb? Overlay still messes with it. Let's do a Google search. We go SwiftUI. We go SwiftUI overlay on scroll view. And what we want to do is, like, yeah, blocking list scroll events. We don't want scroll events to be blocked. We want to do an overlay. Allows hit testing false right after opacity, but doesn't change anything. Using ZStack instead of overlay doesn't help too. The only workaround I found is to use ZStack, place the image behind the list, and make the list semi-transparent, but it's not the solution I'm looking for. This definitely seems like a SwiftUI bug. Encountered the same issue. Was able to find a workaround. Yeah. Okay. Wait. Set disabled on the gradient, so it can't be interacted with. That doesn't work. What was the other thing the person said? Allows hit testing. False. Oh, excellent. That's perfect. That's really, really good. That's great. So we got the red, and the only reason why I got that is so that we can see what's going on. So the gradient fills the entire screen, and we don't want to do that. We kind of want it to be, like, pushed up. So, like, we can add a few more clear things, or we can set a max height to this, right? And I think setting a max height is probably the better way to go. So if we go frame max height, and let's say we set it to, like, 50 or something. Yeah, we need to set a VStack here too, so that we can put a little bit of a spacer. That gives us that at the top. So if we change this back to color, we go UI color dot system background. We get, like, a little bit of a fade, but it still kind of doesn't look right, does it? Because we've got that background coming through at the top. Oh goodness, what do we do here? I want to add that little bit of polish. Is it maybe okay as it was before though? Give me a second. Gosh, I'm getting so hungry. The snack did nothing. Amazing. All right. Sorry about that little sidetrack. Get back to it. Oh man, this kind of isn't working out. And I don't really want to. I don't know. Ignores safe area. I want to push that up, right? What if we threw that down here? Pushes up, okay. Still got a little bit of a... I wonder if that's because... this... Yes, let's get rid of that. All right, that's kind of cool. That's kind of cool. That works nicely. That does mean that the little character gets pushed down, so we do a little bit more padding down here. So I like being able to see its little feet, right? Yeah, that's kind of cool. So we've got ignores safe area. This scrolls. It doesn't when you tap on this, so that's what I want to do next. And I want to put the scroll view, I really want to put the scroll view behind the character, right? But I don't want the character to scroll. So let's say, like an example I'm talking about is, let's say we grab this. See what I'm saying here? We want to pull this so it's like that. Can we throw that? Can we throw the character down in here maybe? I want a little space there. Because the idea will be that we'll hide. I'm using this as a size guide, right? So that it will add some padding to the bottom, but it doesn't seem to be. It does padding on the top, but we want this pushed down. It wants to sit at the top, and that's not what we're after here. We need to do. I think what we can get away with. No. Scroll view. Push down. Gosh. What's stopping that from happening? We got the scroll view here. It is this guy, isn't it? No, it's not. Because we've got a Z stack. The scroll view should fill the space. If we go frame max height and we set this to infinity, does that push it? Gosh, no. Let's set the damn background so we can see what's going on. The whole thing is filled. But it's like kind of like trying to push everything up. I want this to be bottom aligned, like the scroll to be at the bottom. Can we change the scroll view. What settings have we got on this thing? Axis. No, that's like vertical or horizontal scrolling. This is tricky. So we got a spacer at the top, and that's supposed to be pushing all this content down. H stack for the little triangle thingy. If we push this, it pushes it down, but not enough. What if we remove this? Did that do anything of noteworthiness? No. That's good. Don't need it. Realign our code. Yeah, I'm having trouble here pushing this down. Let me take another search. SwiftUI. Bottom align scroll view. Here we go. What I get and what I want. Yes. So you put a spacer at the top and it does not work. Yeah, max width, minimum height, max height, infinity. Yeah. Alignment. Top leading. You want the empty space to be scrollable? Yes. I want it to behave like in chat apps? Yes. A bit late to answer. One might help someone else. You could use a good old double rotation trick to achieve the result you want. Other solutions does not work because the maximum size inside a scroll view is undefined as it depends on its child views to compute its own content size. Yeah, so it has like a calculator thing at the bottom that tries to push it up. You do a spacer and it's just going to shrink the spacer as small as possible. The only way to like avoid this is put the spacer at the top and set a height on the spacer, but then that's kind of annoying because it's not going to do what you want it to do. So okay, let's fix this. So we need to do, gosh, he's got this rotation thing going on where he flips it twice. I mean, like, if it works, right? Geometry reader, scroll view does not propose the same height to its children. In this case, yes. More undocumented stuff. I think you're missing the max height and VStack. No, well, it seems kind of inelegant how to do this, but it worked for me. Did it? Do I need to do it on the VStack? Is that my problem? And if I go spacer? No, that doesn't work. Let's get rid of this other app. Where did my browser go? Okay. That's a lie. Maybe I might have to do the double rotation. Yeah, I'm gonna have to do that, I think. That's probably okay. I don't think we've also got a scroll view reader, don't we? We can probably use. So like if we known as child views, scroll view reader. Is this correct? Can we do anything with this? Proxy scroll. No, it's just for scroll to. We don't get size information. I really want to avoid using a geometry reader. It's just unpredictable. So rotation effect, I guess. So we got that VStack. We got lazy VStack here. 180. So this flips all the content of that. And then if we do the same thing on the scroll view, I mean, it works, right? Technically. That's exactly what we wanted. Yeah, that, I guess, I mean, that's kind of exactly what we're after. So let's just go with that. Okay, so down here, we want to chuck in our... Oh my gosh, that's kind of perfect. Look at this. So this is awesome. So this is kind of what I was going for, right? I needed a spacer at the bottom because as you saw before, this was all pushed all the way down. And I was like, okay, I'll just reuse the same image of the creature behind. And there we are. But what we can do is, let me just fix this up. Do I need that spacer in there? No, I do not. In fact, it makes it slightly better to not have that. Cool. And what I'll do is remove this padding too. Yes, we get a little push down, make it a little bit tighter in there, and then we just go opacity 0. And now that guy's gone from behind, right? Gone. And we've got like it flowing behind the character. Like, how cool is that? It took a little bit, but we freaking got there. Okay. And so the idea now is that we add a couple of... So actually, let's go back to the view model. And we got some of these. Let's just duplicate this. Make this much longer, and we'll see what we get. Come on, let's do it. Oh, okay, now we're having problems. Now we're having some issues. Oh, because these are duplicated. Because we're using the string as because we're using the self as identifiable, so these need to have timestamps alongside them. And we can use the timestamp as identifiable. It's annoying that their position in the array can't be used. Can it? Can we use the position in the array as identifiable? Let's have a look. So if we go SwiftUI for each use array index, get index in for each. We don't want to get the index. We want to use the array, accessing the index and for each. Use array index as ID. Because we can't use the strings because the strings will double up at some point. Like it'll say, let me think multiple times probably during the processing of using the app. And so we need something better than using its this self thing as an ID. So have an array, I want to iterate through it, initialize views based on array view, and I'll value and want to perform action based on array. I want to iterate through objects, can get index, this won't work. Yeah, so I've tried another approach. Which is, yeah, that's not too bad. But the issue with the second approach is that when I change array, for example, if do something does following array, well, if using for each do not change, even if values change, I believe that happens because array.count haven't changed. Is there a solution for this? Enumerated, another approach to use. Source, if you want to use element to ensure animations work properly, I think you want to use element for each array enumerated index element in. Has actually enumerated sequence, and it's element of tuple type. Oh my gosh, these comments. Using the array's indices. I believe that array first index of item won't work if there are the same elements in array. That is correct. For example, is 1111, it will return 0 for all elements. Also, it's not very good performance. Do this for each element of array. My array is at state variable, never use that. Use array.indices instead. Why? Let's find out. The bad way is... Oh, what does this say? What is your title? It just says blog. Proper array iteration. Okay, why is it bad? If array is empty, this will try to form the range, yes, which will crash. Okay, too easy to forget the -1. Great, doesn't work with sliced collections when the indices don't start from 0. Oh, that's true. Yeah. I've like never run into that issue, but yeah, that's absolutely true. Doesn't work for collections whose indices aren't int. Yes. Slightly improved. For I in 0. Okay. Yes. Counts. Yes. 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 Okay. One. Yeah. Off by 1 errors. Blah blah blah. Proper techniques. Indices is probably not what you need. I can't think of many things that would be interested in the indices of collection, but not index elements. Yeah, iterating the index. We don't need to. Just introduces the necessary complexity. For example, in this code. Yeah. For yeah, so you got to use that. That's what we're kind of using already with the for each, for I. However, there are times where you do also need the index, such as when you want to consume it, print it for debug information, or use it to mutate the original array, for example. Yes, but there are better ways. Oh, the better ways. If you need both the elements and the indices, see iterating over the indices and elements. Yes. Best practice for offset enumerated. Yeah. Iterates the elements of sequence while maintaining a counter for you and providing it to you via its iterator. This counter is an offset from 0, but it is not an index. It can only be used as an index for collections with 0-based integer indices. That is not the case for many collections. Yeah, so we want the offset. And we can probably use the offset as a... Ooh, we can probably use the offset as an ID, maybe. SwiftUI list with identical. No, not helpful. Here we go. I usually use enumerator to get a pair of index and element with the element as the ID for each array enumerated ID element. This is probably what we want to go with, I would think. So if we go... I'm hoping this will give us an update, like when it'll refresh the view. So let's just figure that out. We'll test it and see if it works. So in here we need to go model answers. We need to go array, because enumerated is not an array apparently. So enumerated gives us a sequence, and the ID is element. What is an element? We'll work it out. Answer. What do we get here? Index and element. We don't care about the index. We just want the element. And we go element. And is this correct? Will this work for us? Will we get all our items in there now? Or will we not? It doesn't work. What if we used offset? Oh, that's better. Okay, we can use the offset for this. The offset is the unique item. Yeah, so having element, yeah, is the same as \self. This works well. So let's say we're scrolled up and we type in a clue and we go, let me type. You know what? Let's just build it. It's pretty cool. Say hello. Let me think. Oh, okay, here we go. What if we're at the top and we say hello again? Saying, thinking. Done. Now we want it to scroll down, don't we? We want it to scroll down, so when it updates, that's fine. We'll have to do on change of, right? So like if we come down here and we say on change of this model, we're gonna have to use scroll view reader, I guess. And we go proxy in, and then here we can just go proxy dot scroll to, right? So scroll to ID, and oh gosh, the ID will be last. Dang. We'll have to go answers enumerated dot if we got indices last, is that gonna give me can this scroll to be ID hashable anchor point? Okay, so I might have to do a little unwrappy thing. That's okay. So let's put that there. Let's grab the scroll view. Oh, everything in the scroll view. Let's go. Scroll view. Throw that in there. Scroll view reader. Grab this and we'll say on change of. And this would be the model.answers. And then in here we perform. So we go new value. I don't think. Yeah, that's not going to work. So we need to just ignore that, I think, and scroll to answers indices last. Oh, yeah, cool. It comes through as optional, I guess. So if I scroll up and then I go hello, we go submit. It changed. It's not working. It's not working. I kind of want it to auto scroll when it's like finished. Maybe it's fine. Maybe we don't care about that. Yeah, let's just say screw it. It's too much. We got way more other work to do than fiddle around with that crap. Can you see, like, when you scroll down too far, we've got this madness down here. So we need to set another like gradient on the background. So I think I think we're using .orange. Are we using orange? Yes, we are. So we can make use of that again. So at the top, we've got this, where is it? We got an overlay, VStack. We got the spacer. So at the top, we've got like the system background. If we do another linear gradient with the exact same thing, but at the top we go, instead of system background, we go, we want clear, right? And then at the bottom, we want orange. Orange, and we set the yes. Let's do a little refreshy. If we push down, do we get? Oh, come on! It is orange. Okay, it covers. So what we want to do is maybe set the height to something else, like not 1,000. Gosh, 100. Is that too much? Doesn't seem to be making too much of a color change between 10 and 100. Maybe a little bit at the bottom. Let's try 70. I sort of kind of want it like above the text input, right? Let's just try 100 and see how that looks on the app. And I'm going to go back to the view model and just dump some more of these in here. So we've got double the amount again, just for checking out. Okay, so gosh, this is getting good. All right, so in here we've got scroll view, and then we want to go shows indicators, and we say false. Excellent. This is kind of working okay. I think we need to thicken that up at the bottom a bit more. It might be a case of setting like clear a couple of times. So we want to compress it down, right? Like have the transition of the orange like really tight. What if we got rid of this? Ooh, okay, maybe not. 200? That didn't seem to make any difference. There is something going on down there. I think the transition is too much. Yeah, it needs to be softer like that. All right, and at the top we need to do something about the scroll view. We need no, we need here ignores safe area. God damn, ignores. Zero or none or whatever. How do we turn this? Safe area. No. Okay. I just need to figure out how I can push a little bit down at the top so we're away from everything. Something that lets you scroll. It probably doesn't matter if there's like a big gap. So what I'm thinking is at the top of this we put like a little spacer thingy, right? And then when you scroll that way you can say frame height equals, we just put padding at the top, right, which is like 100. Because we've oh yeah, okay, because we've inverted it. That's the way to do it. Oh, that kind of works okay. What if we set it to this again, but we say 250? I really want it to get thicker at the bottom. It's too much opacity, right? So if I let's say I say 500, that's, you can still kind of see through it. I want to remove some of that opacity. You can do orange. Like, what if I went orange, teal, orange. That's probably the best I'm going to get it, right? And at the top, we probably have to do 2 of these. What if we remove one now that we've set it to 100 instead? This is getting there. What if we switch this to the dark appearance and see how that looks? I'm kind of happy with that. I think that I'm good with it. I'm good enough. We can move along. We can move on. Oh, sorry about bumping the mic. It's better. I think it's better than what we had before anyway. Is it better? It looks sort of a little bit messier in a sense. Like here is like nice and clean and crisp. Over here we're looking at like not great. That's all right. So the image of the character, I want to do some more padding horizontally. So I want to do like this one's invisible. So I want to where is it? Where's the other guy gone? Down here. Too much. Just, you know, just a little bit more. Make it a little bit smaller. 40. And this up here, we'll do the same. Yeah, so it gives us a little bit more space at the top of the screen, make the character slightly smaller. And I think that feels a little bit better. We can see a little bit more of what's going on. And then we've also got like these, the padding slash spacing. So if we go spacing and we set like 10 there and we get rid of this top padding crap and we can get like a nice tight pad. Yeah, that's good. We've got a little problem here now because we've set up the spacing. So what we need to do is just minus 10. So that gets pushed back up. Maybe if we go... Oh, 16 was good. It works. It works well enough. All right. Cool. I'll need to go grab another cup of water, and I'll be back. Yeah, give me a second, everyone. I'm just gonna run off for a sec and grab. I'll just go fill up my water. Sorry, I'm just checking like notifications and things, and that's why I was a little bit distracted. When I get back, I'm not gonna be going long. 2 seconds to fill up water. But when I get back, I think what we've done here is pretty good. I'm happy with it. I think it looks great, honestly. It's got like that sort of outback kind of dirt. We can probably put like a windmill in the background. That'd be. I'll see. And then, well, what else can we do? Oh, you know what? When I get back, we got to do some of the flavor text. Okay, so we've got the history done. Actually, let's cross that off the list. That's finished. Session history. We've got 2 things left. We've got to do a bit more flavor text, some prompts that this thing can say, and then we need to do an instruction screen. And I think we'll do the prompts first and the instruction screen next, because I want to do something a little bit fun. I'll be back in a second. Okay, I'm back. I'll switch the screen over in just a second. Just removing something from my printer. Honestly, I think what I've got here is a bit of a failed print. And I'll do another one later, I think. Just a random design off the internet I grabbed, hoping that it would be good, and I don't think it is. That's just the nature of it when you don't design your own things. A bit of a risk. Oh well, anyway, back to our stream. Okay, so yes, we've just completed our history view for like all the questions that have been asked. I think I want to italicize. I've decided now I want to italicize its little vocal ticks or whatever, like and all that sort of stuff. That's gonna be a little bit tricky. You know what? I keep getting sidetracked, so we want to polish this up even more. But let's not do that. Let's just go straight back to flavor text. Version 2.3 or something. We'll have all that other good stuff. And then we'll go with the instruction screen. Okay. So flavor text. Oh, this is going to be simple. I'm just going to create another file for all this though. So I'm just going to call it it'll go in the models and we'll just call it strings or something. These will just be available as in I don't need to worry about memory managing these. I'm just going to put solid arrays in here that the UI can randomly choose text from, right? So I think what we'll have is we'll just go static. It's not going to take up too much space, so it's going to be okay. Thinking. So when it says let me think, I want to have an array of items it can choose from when it says that. So it could be instead of let me think, yeah, we'll have hold up a second. We'll have other text wait a moment, or oh, you woke me for this. You woke me up for this or something. So thinking text, thinking options maybe, and we'll throw them in here. We'll come up with some better ones. Let me think. Yeah. I think if I set if I make these as markdown, let me think. I'm pretty sure I can drop these in and they'll come out as bold or whatever. So does SwiftUI support italics? SwiftUI italics markdown. Okay, we've got double star, which gives us bold. We've got, we do have italic. Okay, so italic is just the single star. Yeah, cool. Okay. Let's give that a go. It does need to be a particular type though. I don't think you can just use straight up string. I think you need to put in localize, local. hang on a sec. Import SwiftUI. I think that's the problem. Localized string key. I could be wrong on the localized string key. Literal. Let's just go with string for now and just see what happens. We can make changes later. Okay, so let me think. We want to add another one in here, which would be like all right, mate, hang on. It is a wombat. And I'll align these, you know, one for each line, static let, and then we'll have answer prefixes. And we need to put these as arrays, that's fine. And then I think I've already got some, so I'll go back to the view model, and yeah, we can get rid of all of this to start with, because what we're going to do is create a few of our own for that too. So we've got tell me a crossword clue, I'll give you a bad answers. And so this will be called, if we go back to strings, we should probably do a static let prompts. Yeah, so this will be like the first thing you see when you open up the app. And so if I go back to here, I can just go strings. So the first one, strings, and we go prompts first. Oh no, it'll be prompts.random, random element. And if that doesn't work, we just have nothing. But it shouldn't fail. Yeah, it should be fine. Should be fine. Okay, so if we do a run of this, we should get that. Yeah, tell me crossword clue, and I'll probably give you bad answers. Excellent. And the cool thing about this is that if I need to do any testing, I can just like put a bunch of them in there. And there they are. Cool. So that's all right. We will set that up as is. And then we need to go up here. So we got all these prefixes. So I want to change this. I'm going to grab these and pass them through over here to the prefixes. Now, when I tested this earlier, I did have like this yawn thing. That does not italicize. So we need to probably change this. And I think the trick is for me going back here. Let's close that. I don't think we need those anymore. We need to go mark down SwiftUI. Go back to that article I was just on. And it says it'll say what string type it needs to be, right? Surely. Markdown isn't wholly supported. More on that later, but yeah, yep. Do so much more. Following output, great. What is the string type of a text? I think that's what it needs to be for this to work. Make use of markdown, combining bold, italic styles like straight through are possible without the need to use multiple text elements. The underline attribute string logic makes it all possible. Yeah, so if we go back to like the character view and we try to add a text object, this will probably be the easiest way to figure it out. So attributed content. So you can, maybe we make these attributed strings. Because it looks like we got 5. Oh, we got 5 more. So let's take a look at these. So we got resource, image. Oh yeah, you can put images in there. Content, string protocol. Without localization, and then there's another one here which is the localized string resource. Yeah, and we keep going. We've got localized string resource. I think also maps to string localizable or literal or something. string protocol, verbatim. So you'll use this verbatim thing if you don't want to have markdown. Yeah, so attributed string, I think we need to make these. So if we go attributed string, yeah, we'll get an issue on here because we're grabbing, like, mixing strings together, right? So I'm gonna just force unwrap these because that's just, I think we should just make the app crash if it's having issues with that. I think that's the best way to go. Just give me a sec. I gotta grab my phone, which is what I'm using to film, and I gotta transfer some money so my wife can order some pizza. So give me 1 second. Snack time, yeah. Almost. I'll just keep the mic going though. You can't see any of this. Bank account details. It's only gonna take me 1 sec. Okay, all done. Let's switch back to this code, and we've got, there I am. Got it. Okay. Oh, where were we? Oh, yes. All right, we're going through and we're changing all this stuff to use attributed string, right? So response versus text. Let's I think, can we decode to attributed string? I wonder if this will work out for us. So if we go AI, so let's say, yeah, so we're going AI answer. If I change this to attributed string, is this going to break stuff for me? Choice string, attributed string. All right. We've got here trimmed characters. Call function optional. Can infer contextual base in reference memo. What characters and result contextual type. Yeah, I think. Yeah, attributed string does not have that, so that's okay. So let's just go back to AI answer, undo that, and we'll just manage it. We'll just manage it here, I guess. So we've got, this is fine. So what we need to do is just change it. So we've got view model has no member prefixes. The area there is for that, so we can just go strings dot answer prefixes random element. Attributed string conform to sequence. So we can't do these adjustments. Oh man, that kind of sucks. Can I wrap? Can I wrap these? Okay, hang on. Let's go back to strings. If we just keep this as a string, and then in the question in the character view, when we, where is it? Character view. So if we jump into here, maybe when we put this in, we can change that to an attributed string. Let's see how this works. Oh, damn. Let me think. No, it isn't. Did I do this incorrectly? Strings. Let me think. No, it's not going to work. Oh, man. What does it say in this article? So what is this? What is the type of this? It's not just a straight up string, right? Let's find out. Let's go back. it's not going to let me select it. Yeah, it's just set as string, but how does it know to convert it? Yeah, I'm struggling here. I really want to get Markdown working in this. Let me do another little Google search. So this was okay, this article. We need to go for another one. Using Markdown and attributed strings with SwiftUI app coder. Yeah, let's try this. iOS 15 SDK, yes. Text is bold, Markdown is simple to learn, yes. Okay, using pass the text view with Markdown, text in Markdown syntax, yes. Everyone, the problem is like anytime there's new tech that gets like released by Apple, people are like, oh, this is how to do it. And it's like the exact same stuff that Apple shows you anyway. Like you go to the release notes and it's like, this is how it's done. And then like freaking 1,000 Swift fluencers decide, oh yeah, I'm going to write an article about that so I can get noticed online. And it's just like a rehashing of whatever Apple has already produced. It doesn't say like, hey, this, you know, you can put this text in. I'm hoping if I scroll down, it changes. Try attributed string Markdown. Okay, this is better. But yeah, like, holy crap. Most of the other ones I've looked at today. Oh, I am so losing my voice. I did this for 10 hours yesterday and it is just... I'm already in 5 hours today and my voice is going. Yeah, where was I? So I was saying, I was complaining. I was complaining how like they'll just like produce this on that article and then they'll leave it at that. And not actually tell you what type it's looking for in here. So it must get converted at some point. So we've got down here, it actually tells us what we can do to fix this. So attributed string markdown, we can pass that through. I'm hoping this can be any string, right? We don't need, doesn't need to be some other special type. Because I know, like, you look at this and you go, oh, that's a string, but Apple treats it kind of differently. Same as this, well, not Apple, Swift treats them. Same as when you do the strings where you're doing like multi-line. I don't think that's the exact same type as like the single line strings. I think there's like a little bit of magic going on with in the background where it's sort of, you know, to you check it and it says, oh, it's this type string, but I think there's some other handling going on in the background that interprets it differently depending on what it is. And I think that's what happens with this markdown stuff. Don't quote me on it. I could be wrong. I could be just as bad as this app is at explaining Swift as it is at answering cryptic crosswords. Okay, so let's do this. Yeah. So if we go back to the character view, and all we care about is loading this in attributed string. And the way they've got this going on, they've got this attributed string markdown. So I haven't got the markdown. This seems like the thing that I was missing, right? So, and we'll get like a, oh, I need to try. So, what can we do to fix this? So I think if we make this, yeah, let's do that. So let's see if this works. Let's get rid of that. If I go back to the view model and we got this list of answers and we can go attributed string. Great, this will be incorrect. So we get prompts and we want attributed string. Fine. Scroll down. We got these answers and append. That's not what we want. We want to go do catch. And if it's wrong, we just append anyway, right? So we'll append it anyway. But we won't do the markdown. Yeah, we go attributed string. And then we do a little parentheses, and I think we can add another one to the end there. That works. And so this means it'll just be an attributed string with no markdown, right? And then here we go, try self dot. Does this work? Can we do an append and then have the? Can we have the try in here? It's probably not gonna work, but let's give it a go. I'll clean this up in a minute. There's no point having that duplicate code there. Hey, that does work. What a little curiosity there. Okay, so let full answer equal that. Yes, and then we just remove this and we say full answer. Full answer, and then we go down here, full answer with regular, yeah, attributed string. So this one's got markdown, this one does not. What do we got? Yeah, some errors there, failed. Got another error up here. I think we don't need that final parentheses. Whew. Let first answer. I just want to clean this up just a little bit. Yeah, response choices, first text, and then we can just go first answer here. And then what we'll do is crash here if this fails. Because I don't want it to get to the point where it's going. Actually, this is probably, we'll just go if let at this point, right? And if that all passes, we'll come down here and then we'll go self.tokens -1. Because if we figure out that it can't figure out, like, what has come back isn't, couldn't be passed, right? We don't want to, like, make the user spend a token on an answer that's nonsense or couldn't be used. So I think we made like a small improvement there, which is really, really nice. Okay, so first answer response, yes. First answer, trim new characters in white space, new lines. Yes, let full answer. Yeah, so we add a new line after the prefix. So you can see up here, we've got this, don't quote me on this, but I think it might be, and then we'll add a new line. It's possible what we could do is use like, now that we have access to Markdown, I can like bold this section, I think, and then, you know, do some, let's see what we got anyway. Let's see if this works. Italics and things, that's what I want to add in. Let's go back to up here, and then we'll just go strings, prompts, and we want to add, no, not prompts. Answer, no, the thinking options, random element, and then hopefully we can get the bit, attributed string, and do the same up here. And this will give us a good test on, come on the attributed string stuff, on the Markdown, sorry. Who's complaining? Response, yes, plus, oh, answer prefixes. Do I have to convert this back? It's kind of annoying, isn't it? What if I just go like append? Is that going to be annoying? Random element, append, new line, append. Whoa, hold up. Does this give me some... What's going on here? We've got append. think it's going to work, is it? I think answer prefixes need to be a string. Prompts need to be attributed because these are going to be standalone, right? Suffixes will also be a string, and yes. Yes. So if we go back, this should be correct. Yeah. Okay, so this isn't working. Damn it. Oh, damn it. Are we getting to this catch? Maybe that's what's... No, we can't be, because this is the initial setup. Answers attributed string. We've got... Oh no. We're gonna have to do the whole freaking try nonsense, aren't we? On creating Markdown. Let's try it. Let's go for it. Give me something. Oh, it works. Okay. At what point, why would it crash? Why wouldn't it work? Can I get away with it just force unwrapping these things? Maybe. Like if that's the case, right? Let's remove all this. Let's go with regular old stringer. Oh, actually, yeah, we can test it with attributed string. We go back to our character view, right? And we've got this element. So what if we just go... No matches to call initial... Yeah, I know that. Because that's why. Oh my gosh. Description. Let's see if this works. Oh, what a mess today. Oh my gosh. All right. Let's just go. Let's go. Let's make this. I'm going to do it at the call site. Okay, do it at the call site. We don't need any of this. We don't need this anymore. Let's get rid of that. Full answer. Append full answer. Response choice first. Come on. Append full answer and scope. What have we got up here? What's wrong with it? What is wrong with full answer? We have... Can I find full answer and scope? Oh, yeah, we need that. We need this thing. Okay, cool. Drop that down there. Excellent. Now, if we go back to character view, we've got doing a force thing here. It works. Okay, cool. So what I might do instead is just for a little bit extra safety, I'll wrap it. I'll put in string. Oh, what do we do? Markdown text, attributed string, and we'll do the do catch crap in there. So here we go, markdown text, and in here we will put our element. Is that okay? Yep. And then we do catch. We'll do our little return there with the markdown. Otherwise we go catch, and then we just go we just go, oh come on, we'll just go return attributed string, and we just go element, string. And that'll take care of, like, it won't crash if something gives up on me. Okay, so we have a little bit of a, that's kind of cool. Can we change font and stuff, or am I getting a little bit too crazy with this now? So we can just do bold and stuff. That's okay. I was thinking maybe we can do like font size. Yeah, who cares? That's all done. All right, so I got some a little bit more theming done. We got a little sidetracked with a bit of the flavor text, but we're almost there. So if I go back to strings, I think I want to do answer suffixes as well. Do I want to? Maybe. Thing is, if there is a prefix, I only want to do one or the other, right? Like randomize between, flip a coin and be like, we'll put a prefix in there, or put a suffix on the end. Why did I want to do suffix? Because I think I thought of some funny things to say the other day, or yesterday when I was playing around with it, but now I can't even think of them. Because at the moment we've got like, you see the prefixes here, we've got like, I came up with, and then you have the answers, or probably wrong, but here goes nothing. I would like to have like probably wrong though, on the suffix. I don't like the yawn thing. If I was going to do that, I'd want to animate the character. I can't believe you woke me up for this. Could be another suffix. Don't quote me on this, but I think it might be, yeah. Let me think. All right, mate, hang on. We got to do a bunch of these. I'll try. And I know that there's like a ellipse. How do you do the ellipse? How do you do the ellipse thing? It's a nope. Oh, wow. Okay, if anyone wants to know, it is Alt or Option semicolon. It's pretty cool. I love this idea. Like, I might have to call a friend on this one and then have it like just delay It has a phone. It picks up a phone or something. Oh man, look, it's not that funny. I get it, but it's just I like little silly things. It would be kind of cool. Um, Man, that's a lot of work though. That's probably another day's work just to working on animations and stuff. I do have the full access to the SVG, like all the vector art for this, so I can, you know, put some emotions on there, adjust where the head is, and all that sort of stuff. That's later. All right. Tell me a crossword clue. Yeah, so this is a good prompt. So the prompts are important because this is what people will see when they first open the app as well, and you kind of want this to be some sort of explanation. And you know what? I think on a prompt that has this, it'd be nice if there was a button there that's like, tell me more. So one of the tasks I had today was to create an instruction screen, and I've done that in the past for other apps. And what usually happens is you get the full screen pops up, and there's just this wall of text, and it sucks. It sucks to go through. And I was thinking, how am I gonna make this look nice? And I didn't care. I was like, doesn't matter. Put some pictures in there. Put some text. If they're struggling, they can just read it. I think it'd be better if the character tells you how to use the app. So this is going to blow things out further because I'm already, man, 5.5 hours. And I think I've got pizza coming soon. I want to get this finished, uploaded. So all I have to do is some sort of string matching to do it quick, not right, but quick. I'll have to be like, if this text is found within the prompts array, do show a little button on here, right? And I can say show more, and then it can pull another random one out of the prompts array, or I have one for tips. I don't know how this is gonna go, but we can give it a try. And then here, let's grab a question. What do we got? Is there one here on this? Nope. Okay, we'll find another one somewhere. I think it's on. We go to the App Store, and I'll just grab a screenshot because I think there was a fairly good one there. Was it this one? Turn down drink? Nope. This one. I think this one's okay. Oh, leisurely walkers better ignoring leader heading south. I think I can make this much easier. So what I'll do is I'll have instead of like an array of tips, I'll just make the one that could be presented. So it'll be like help, and it'll be a single string, and we'll go with this sort of multi-line type thing, and it'll just be a bigger wall of text type deal, right? So how do you format this thing properly? It doesn't matter. What have I done wrong? That is correct. Here we go. Cool. Can we push this across, or is that stupid? No. Okay. So the help will show this. And we go, ask me a cryptic clue followed by the letter count like this. And then I will italicize that. We'll have a space, and it's like, even better if you already, I can guess, I can give you better answers, can give you better answers if you give me more information, like which letters you already know. For example, let's find a short one. Like this prompt here, turn down drink. Oh, we can't have that. First letter is, got any others? Just because I don't know what the first letter might be. First letter is, oh, okay. Where I've closed all the have I closed all the crossword? No, I've got one here. Okay, here we go. Let's see if we got something in here. This is just a regular hard crossword. No. Okay, let's find another one. Let's go to all games. Well, where are we? Cryptic. Best cryptic crossword. Sure, whatever. And then what we'll do is, play that one. We'll just grab a real short one. Excessive guy. Okay, let's find a really short question. Jack was sick in jug. Sweet jester. Yeah, let's do that. Reveal word. Fool. Yeah. So sweet jester. For first letter is F. I'm kind of happy with that. I think that'll be okay. But we still need some more prompts. Like, I mean, 3 at the minimum would be okay. I can't use I'll try because it's using in the thinking option. So ask away, I guess. I don't know. Do you know what? If I had more people streaming in front of more people, they could get in the chat and say, "Oh, say this, say that." This should be more interactive. Okay. I'll probably give you a bad answer. I think that reads better, like flows better. I'll probably give you a bad answer. There's no other full stops anywhere else. Let's change this because that's kind of annoying, isn't it? Not being there. Okay. I came up with this. I think the prefixes should be italicized as well. It's almost like maybe I could, yeah, if I'm doing it in all of them, maybe I should just do it in the, where I'm setting the text in one spot, not repeat myself, basically, is what I'm saying. Ask away, I guess. What's another one? We've got, so this is when you initially open the app. Tell me a clue. Yeah, tell me a clue and I'll try to guess the answer. Just so you know, I'm rarely correct on these things. Cryptic crosswords are not my jam. Literally in the wrong place. Let me just check. I've got some more. Oh yeah, tell me. Yeah. Okay, cool. Just checking emails. Yeah, there's definitely a much slower stream than what we had going on yesterday. All right. I don't know. I think five is probably a good enough number of probs to go with, and I think the suffix, I'm probably wrong though. Let's add a couple more of these, and that actually gives us 6. So that kind of makes the answer a little bit more interesting. So we've got 3 possible prefixes, and we'll have at least 3 possible suffixes, if I can think of more at the same time. So. Probably wrong though. Yeah. So you present an answer and then it says, I think. Just another thing I wanted to do was have it so that you could spend 3 or more tokens to get an explanation back from GPT-3 as to how it came up with that answer. But that's not in scope for today, or this version of the app, right? So instructions, instructions are done. I'm crossing that out. I think I'm going to call that finished. It's good enough. I still need to add a button to the first chat box, which will have, like, you tap it and then it's going to trigger a like it'll pull in that help text. And if the help text is already being displayed, we'll probably hide the question mark button. We'll keep track of whether it's been displayed or not. because you don't want to just like keep spamming the question mark and it can just keep pulling down. You know, it's not a good user experience, right? So flavor text is what is the last thing. We're still working on that now, and then we're done. And then I'll build and upload. So we'll say I think, and then we'll go. Can I sleep now? Can I sleep now? Yeah. All right. So view model, we've got the prefixes, and I just want to do like a coin flip, whether we're going to do prefix for the full answer. So let's jump down here and we'll just go function construct answer using this will be the string using AI string, and this will return a string. We've got to make sure because the UI is going to do the attributed stuff. And in here, I just want to go, where is it? Full answer equals construct answer AI string, which is answer. And then in here, we've got this. So we could easily just return. This is basically doing the exact same thing we've been doing before. But let's go if int.random in 0 to 1. Can we do like coin flip? Flip. No. Okay, 0 to 1 is equal to 1. We will return it with the prefix. Otherwise, we return it with, we'll do it the opposite way, right? So, oh my gosh, /n. We remove this. Yeah, we got to go self, and then we got to get rid of that, and we got to go strings plus strings dot answer suffixes. So let's fix that up. Answer suffixes. There's a few, and then we go random elements. Yes, and plus, and then we got like a little bit extra. Oh no, we don't need any of that. So we got a little bit extra randomness going on. We got cannot find answer in scope. Yeah, so AI string is what we're after there. Excellent. So we'll do some testing. Again, costing money. So just so you know, I'm really correct on these things. Let me think. Yes, we need to go back up and remove that. We don't want description, do we? Oh, okay. Just so you know, I'm really correct on these things. And if I say hi, let me think. I'm a type of maple island. Whoa, 10, I think. Oh, trimming characters, white space and new lines. That's not. What is going on? All right. Why have we got a comma there at the start? We've messed something up. Why are we trimming now anyway? Probably don't need to worry about that. I have pizza ready. I might have to jump off stream. Let's go again. Do a little test. Tell me a crossword clue. Yeah, hi. Submit. Let me think. Why is let me think not correct? I'm type of yeah. String. Interesting, right? So we got let me think. ... This works fine. Let me think is correctly. Oh, okay, got it. So I'm not setting it as a random thing. Yeah, 1 second. I'll come out in a sec. Thanks. Let me think. This is it here. So we need to go strings, thinking options, random element, and now we'll get it. We'll get it good. We'll get it correct. Give me a few possible answers to the following cryptic crossword clue. So this is my prompt. This isn't working out. I need to fix that. I'm gonna jump off for a little bit. I've got some food I've got to eat. I need to rest my voice, but I'll come back. Yeah, like so much for trying to get this done within 5 hours. It's now 6, but that's it for now. I'll come back in maybe like 30 minutes or so. We're pretty much done. Like, I'm not really doing anything new now. I'm gonna add a button. I'm gonna add a button to this prompt here. You know, the bottom right, like a little question mark. You tap that, it's gonna push out another message which explains how to use the app, and then that's it. I'm uploading it. So I might not even do that on stream. But anyway, see you everybody. The pizza smells really good.